All right. Uh, Sorry for the delay, a little technical difficulties, but we are worked through that. Greetings, and welcome to episode 13 of Tales of Witternock, the Tale of Cybil's Spear, our actual play D&D 5e game. I am Silver. As always, I'll be your storyteller this evening, and with me are our players, AJ, Dustin, Jeff, Conrad, Pope, and we are missing Ernie tonight, so portraying the role of Kiesel will be the illustrious Dustin. And multiple personalities tonight, so that's my every week. For those of you tuning in for the first time, or if you've missed a session, we'd like to encourage you to check out our previous sessions, which you can find on YouTube at the link in the About section on our Twitch channel. Before we begin, I want to thank Smiteworks for Fantasy Grounds, our virtual tabletop of choice, and as always, thanks to Sirenscape for our amazing ambient sound effects and music. Tales of Witternock is not affiliated with either of these companies other than the use of their products. Last time, the party survived their spirited night at Lady Katisha's and purged the home of the unfortunate spirits. After which, Vault negotiated custody of the other two guests accused of theft, and in an effort to avoid any unfortunate fate they might meet in the legal system, whether well-founded or not, the party made their way back to the Night Seals Inn, exhausted after spending the entire night fighting ghosts and destroying artifacts in order to release them back into the ethereal realm, leaving a very beleaguered party trunching through 1.5 feet of snow back to the northern part of Airguard to the Night Seal Inn, where our tale resumes tonight. Any conversations as you make your way on horseback back to the Night Seal Inn? You do have 2 additional compatriots at the moment that don't have horses, so they are just doing their best to walk through the snow.
DM, now I think you and I had a small convo about a quick history check. Would I be able to ask the party and anyone else if they know of Brioran temples or monasteries nearby? And that would include the 2 new friendos that I've gathered for us. I don't know if they can ask that.
Yeah, I mean, you could obviously ask a question of anybody else. As to checking your own knowledge, yeah, it'd be a history, or in that specific instance, it could be a religion check if you want to go that route instead.
Well, luckily for me, they're the same modifier. So
Hey, look at that.
Let's go with religion for funsies. All right, Briora, help me out, baby. What do I know? 18.
You don't know specifically what's here, but you have a fairly good knowledge of Airguard being a pretty balanced approach, that it is likely there is some form of a temple. Monasteries are a little bit more rare, so the likelihood that there's a monastery here would be pretty slim, but you would have at least knowledge base to think that, there's probably some sort of a Brioran temple here.
Okay.
And likely one for each of the other gods.
Good. So it's not like that impossible to maybe find a place for them. Excellent. Thank you so much.
Yes. I suppose I could kick on some sounds here.
Right. Please explain to me why do we have these 2?
Well, I perceived an ethical issue. I believe, and if I were to identify the problem, I believe these 2 would be sent to an unfortunate fate. Namely, I believe they would die in custody, or that is, if they were actually brought to custody. So, in an endeavor to give them a second chance at life, and not let a single problem condemn them, I thought we might be able to make a bargain and improve their situation and ours.
Alfred, remind me, is the penalty for breaking and entering in Brawl death penalty?
Well, I think that it really depends on the area that you break and enter. Some like as we saw with Volt trying to purchase poison, one city over, you can have completely different laws and regulations.
In general, the Brawl, the penalty for breaking and entering, not even stealing anything. The breaking and entering, is that the death penalty?
DM, is it the death penalty? Can I confidently say that it is the death penalty?
Give me a history check with advantage.
Powerful president is about to be said.
Hold on, I checked for updates, so I forgot to actually log into Fantasy Grounds.
I do believe
For
that
the sake of moving things forward, no, it would not be.
If I might interject, I don't believe it's quite so simple as, is this penalty X? I believe the true problem is that these women will not receive an opportunity for reform, namely because they will be killed either on their way to jail or in the jail itself. One, I do not believe that we can trust our host, and we have seen that while they were held tightly and bound, they were beaten within an inch of their lives, and our host had no sense to give them any protection during a very dangerous situation. Two, I believe that we have seen previously that our host is a bit of a vindictive woman, and they not only broke into a very tight area of her house that seemed to be very important, they were in large part responsible for the destruction of many heirlooms. I do not believe this woman would let that go. I do not trust her. I haven't trusted her, and I believe that she has omitted many things. I can't prove that. This is a hunch.
That all seems real well thought out up there.
Was that Z responding to that? Who is that responded there?
Beneath Alicia.
Okay.
But that's a very good point. Except for the fact that we did just release them into your care, and you just, as opposed to letting her butler take them to the police station. So perhaps she isn't that upset about it.
Yes, after you.
I don't agree with that, if I'm being completely honest. I mean, there was like blood on like the table in the middle of the room when I was walking by with all of the things. Like that was just kind of hard to avoid. I'm pretty sure that if that wasn't them, then obviously he's very harsh, and I think I would kind of be more inclined to think that he would be doing the killing instead of Katisha. I mean, she doesn't seem capable of doing something like that.
When I saw him, he was got completely destroyed by one ghost. So I'm not really confident that he is much of an issue either.
They were bound and had no way to defend themselves. Look at their heads right now. They clearly have lumps and gashes on their heads from being beat the shit out of. Yeah.
There's still a little bit of dried blood. Good bruising on the foreheads of each of them.
You may not know this, Selinus, but I have been around nobles many times in my life, and there are at least one I can think of in Six Bells who I would not trust to have the judicious authority over my fate. And I will say, I cannot trust the legal practices in this community. We've seen that in Maidenthorn, a mutineer from a ship would be murdered or put to death, which is why I saved Brindell. I do not believe that a city like Airguard with a more tight legal system would be any more lenient than Maidenthorn.
I hate to burst your bubble, but I think a mutineer would be put to death in Six Bells as well.
DM, would a mutineer be put to death in 6 spells?
Whole system.
What's your familiarity with maritime law and 6 spells?
I'm familiar that the guards don't like my family, so I'm kind of familiar with the laws that would work. I don't know.
I get a good sense that our captain would have killed Brendel, no matter what port they would have been going through, if he would have taken the actions he did.
Yes, but the point is, he explicitly stated that if they were put in jail, Brindell specifically, he would be put to death. Is that a fair assessment, that exactly and objectively happened? And the answer is yes, it is. And furthermore, we can tell that at least, again, I do not know the laws of Airguard, but I can tell that Maidenthorn has a much more relaxed judicial system. I could purchase poisons from a local apothecary. I couldn't even mention it in Airguard.
Purchase poisons in 6 spells too.
Yes, and I would trust them in a 6 spells jail much more than an Airguard jail, which is kind of my point.
Besides that, I'm sure here, just like anywhere else, those with more wealth have more influence over others.
Thank you.
This is merely a way of her saving some coin.
She puts them in jail. They could be, suicided might be a way of putting it, in jail. Powerful people have many more powers than you may understand. And maybe you understand this because, and I look around, we are helping to solve some of these larger ethical and legal concerns for yourself and Kiesel. I merely am saying we can make a very simple bargain. Give them 20 gold now, send them to the nearest monastery of Briora, have them stay there for 1 year on good behavior. They find us in 6 bells, and I will give them each 100 gold in 1 year for good behavior. They're out of our hair, and they're no longer in a position to be put to death callously. I will say, I am sorry. I have asked no more than a day ago for us to all be democratic in our approach to large concerns that deal with all of us, and this does deal with all of us, and I have acted unilaterally. So to that degree, I will apologize. But I will not apologize for doing good. I am a hero, and I will be doing those things.
No. Most of the fascist villains think that they're only being the hero.
Hey, no, here's the deal. I have been regretting the fact that we left Maidenthorn this entire time because we left a girl in jail. And honestly, who's to say that she's not been killed or something by powerful, influential people by the time we get there? What if that was a cover-up too? You know, I really don't think that she actually killed Rajani, but I don't know, because we left because I misstepped whenever I was with Volt, and we were talking at the jailhouse, and I probably put my foot in my mouth multiple times. But I think that this is an opportunity to actually help some people to not die. And I think that it's good to do good.
And what if 3 more ghosts appear right now? We can conjecture all we want. You have no evidence for what you are saying, and neither does Volt.
To be clear, I am not concerned that ghosts will kill them in jail. It's much more mundane a concern. I believe the jailers or those who could be bribed would be the ones most likely to do that. This is not a ghost concern.
What I'm saying is, like, we can say what if all we want. Things that both of you are concerned about, and I do not want to completely dismiss your concerns. You have not shown me any zero evidence for what thinking. If you can show me some evidence that these two are in mortal peril, or that the little girl that was caught in the act of killing her mother is innocent, I will help. Right now, it's just wishful thinking, or whatever your thoughts.
To be fair, I actually owe you no explanation. I do not believe I do. The group maybe, but not to you specifically. You have made many unethical decisions that we have allowed. I do not think you are in a position to stand on a moral high ground. in
I'm
this
not
issue.
claiming I am.
Well, then why would I need to explain myself to you? Does anyone else have a problem with this? I'm using my own coin from my own fortune to solve a problem that
Jenica.
I largely see.
Jenica's just going to look over to Alfred and say, you know, I have not necessarily enjoyed my time with you and your subordinates here, but they are quite entertaining. I don't know how you keep them in line.
I believe everybody deserves a second chance. This is just theirs.
Thank you.
Alfred will turn to her and say, the trick is you don't cry. They just follow.
I'll take your word for that.
Jenica, may I ask, if it's not too much, and Alfred, if it is acceptable to speak with Jenica, do you know of any Brioran temples or monasteries between Airguard or Maidenthorn or in the vicinity?
Yeah, there's a Bjorn temple. No monasteries, but there's a temple here. There's a temple for each of the deities in Pantheon Sphere.
Do they take in the destitute or poor? And in Six Bells, we have a refugee center for things like this.
I mean, they take care of folks. I don't know if I'd say take them in necessarily, but they do some outreach to help the poor and downtrodden in town.
And then I would look over and I would say, thank you very much for that information. And now, if I can go one step further, Thylesia and Z, you two have skills. Would you be amenable to an agreement? I believe we have done a favor for you in keeping you out of jail and potentially saving your lives. Do you see that as an objective statement?
I suppose.
Were you concerned about going to jail? Would that be a problem for you?
Not likely.
Not likely. Oh, well, I may have actually misstepped then. You don't care. Surprised. Well then.
I don't usually stay there long. But I'm not going to fight on the idea of being released altogether either.
Well, I may have made a mistake, but I will go forward. So, to you, I will offer a simple deal. If you would like, we can keep you out of jail. I'll offer you 20 gold right now to make your way to the nearest Brioran temple, spend 1 year there on good behavior, come to Six Bells in 1 year's time with a letter signed saying that you have maintained good behavior from that temple. We will verify that in Six Bells, and you will get 100 gold apiece from me specifically. Is that acceptable?
Is that 20 each?
Yes,
And then 100 each?
Yes. From House of Arheed's fortune.
Yeah, it just turns to Z. They kind of mumble back and forth a little bit. Very quiet. You give me a perception check if you want to see if you can hear anything. But
Yeah, why not? Why not? I think I definitely made a mistake now. Whoopsies. 3. It's less than my passive.
And it's sad that a 3 actually equals a couple passives in this party. So, yeah, you don't pick up anything on what they're saying with an 11, but that seems like a fair deal. We'll happily oblige.
Do they seem honest about this?
Wait,
Like,
Give me an insight.
are they too relaxed right now taking this deal, or is there actually like a tension to them? That's what Xedre is kind of looking
Okay.
for.
So we'll like trot up next to Volt and say, you know, Volt, I could go for some good, a year of good behavior, you know? I'll take 20 gold.
20. If it will keep us all in line, I could make this deal with all of us, I suppose. But I do not believe we need that. But
Xedre, they seem very cool. There's no tension whatsoever.
oh, where'd I go?
Okay,
You didn't
here's the
say
deal.
That's the deal to get the 100. That's not the deal to get the 20.
Here's the deal. We just came out of this blind woman's house, and now I'm in this situation, and I find myself at this crossroads because I'm not sure that you honestly understand the gravity of what this offer is. Volta's putting his name out there in order to offer something to both of you, and you're probably just going to take it and take the most advantage that you can. Just like how you continually lied about the fact that you tried to go in there and steal something. And when we went in there, there was something that exploded as a result of your, inefficiencies at doing what you think you can accomplish. You're not very good thieves, I'll tell you that much.
Oh, whoa. Accusations left and right. Come on. Door was unlocked, is all we could say. Misunderstanding. I don't know what crazy ass shit she had in her house that spawned a bunch of ghosts. That's not my problem. I went to a dinner party. I explored the house. Regardless, if your deal is you have negotiated our way out of going to jail and you're asking for us to do a little bit of service in the temple in exchange for a nice payday in a year, hey, we're happy to go along with that.
Well, while I am feeling like this may bite me later, I still think it is the best thing I can do to do good. Here's 20 gold for the two of you, a contract, sign your names here. Get their names on it.
When did you write this up?
Oh, I have many of these in my bag, actually. I carry about 5 different types of contracts, in duplicate, maybe sometimes triplicate, and occasionally, if I think after we met with Brendel, I thought it would be nice to draft out a few extras.
Huh. Well, that's efficient.
I try to be, yes, thank you. And I guess I will hand over the 20 gold if they will sign their names.
Alfred will turn to his left and say, "See, if you keep them all bottled up, they don't do anything like this. This is the result of letting them go."
Yeah, Jenica just shakes her head. Whatever you say.
Did they sign their full names, DM?
They signed names that appears to be Thylisha and Z.
Last names too, please. I assume you have them.
Oh, you, sorry, your illustrious House Farheed. Don't have one.
Do you have a,
Us common folk don't typically, carry around with names.
Oh, well then in lieu of a last name, please put, city of origin. Where's your hometown?
She goes and just fills in a town name.
Oh god. I wonder if
Let's
it's
give you a
bullshit.
town here.
Oh god.
Let's give you a town.
Roll a D100.
Yeah, it's not gonna be a town that you recognize, but I'll give you the town name just because.
Yeah, he's just send it to me later.
Just in case it comes up, you never know.
Okay. I'll mark for you.
So Thylisha writes in Summer Cloud.
Okay.
And Z marks down Far Cloud.
Summer Cloud and Far Cloud.
Yeah.
All right.
Far Cloud you would recognize as being that's the capital of Baral.
Okay. Well, I will hold my end of the bargain. I have the contracts. And I will take out a little dagger, and I assume it's rope-based that they have. Actually, I'll just untie it. I'll keep the rope. The rope sounds nice. Why cut it? You know, just stuff that
Nice
rope in
one,
the bag. We'll keep the rope.
Yeah,
and...
Kisa will put his hand up. Can I get that back?
Yes, this is. I will give you your rope back. Yes, and then I will pay them
I
20 gold apiece.
appreciate
I'll mark that off on my inventory, and I will say, be on your way, and I expect to hear from you in 1 year.
Fair enough.
Oh God.
It has been a pleasure.
Best of luck out there, friends. If you need anything, remember, 6 bells, House Varheed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll be sure to keep that in mind. I'm not sure we'll have the time for all of our commitments at the temple. So, you know where to find us.
God, this is such a stupid move. All right, what direction do they walk?
They quickly start heading the other direction and duck into the first alley they can find to go back behind the next house. It just they're heading in the general direction towards the center of the city, but
Yep.
where? Anybody's guess.
At least they're not in jail until I. All right, I
Hey.
may regret that one. Thank you, though.
You did a good thing, though. I mean, honestly, I'm pretty sure they would have been taken into an alley and just like shot point blank by Bancroft.
I still believe that would be most likely. I do appreciate that. Thank you for backing me on that. Oh, I think I will need a good night's sleep. We haven't rested yet, right? We're on our way back to rest, or have we had our long?
If you're done with conversation, you'd be just about to the inn at this point.
Okay. Oh, we'll probably need a long nap. Mark down on my coin.
Walt, I think that's just called going to bed.
Yes. That would be very nice.
All right. Plan's still the same as you said last night, that we are not leaving this morning.
That's correct.
We,
All right.
We
For
have
your
some things
patience.
to take care of.
Very well. Well, I will leave you off here. I can find some things to occupy my time for the rest of the day. I'll check in with you this evening before nightfall. I imagine you all look a little bit worse for wear. You probably won't be of much company for a good 6 to 8 hours.
Absolutely.
You are correct. And Alfred will get off his horse, tie it up, make sure he's all nice and warm, feed him a little snack, and then after all that, head inside and fall into a bed.
All right. Rest of you all head to your rooms that are paid for, comped for the next 3 nights, or next 2 nights after this one. That is, it's probably about 7:30 in the morning. I don't know what time our little timer says. Oh,
3:30.
We will expedite that up a little bit. There we go. It is pretty darn cold ride back with this 1.5 foot of snow on the ground. There's a little bit of light wind still blowing it around on the ground, just getting a little bit of swirl. Temperatures come up just enough that you actually have that nice crunch on the top of the snow, that everything is pretty solid. And getting up into the higher 40s or lower 40s here morning time, but it seems like it's going to turn into a pretty nice day ahead of you. You guys all make your way into the inn. The rooms are yours. Are we all taking long rests?
I would like to.
Are there any candles in
Anybody?
the rooms?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Before I go to bed, I just want to do a little prayer to Briora. I just want to kind of just say to her, I hope I'm doing the best I can for you. Something along those lines. Go to sleep.
All right. Anybody else? Anything? Hearing none, I will give you guys all a lovely long rest. All right. You all enjoy the benefits of a restful day's sleep. As we'll say between ditching armor, putting your equipment away, winding down, and getting yourself to full-on sleep, and then that slow waking up. Well, we'll put 8 hours on the clock, so about mid-afternoon, you all just in turn wake up. We're not going to worry about who wakes up in what order, but I assume, unless anybody has anything that they want to do before reconvening.
One thing.
All right.
I just want to know today's date so that I can count a year ahead.
43rd.
43rd.
Dunkmon.
Dunkmon. So they should be
295 AF.
Thank you.
One of these days I'm going to figure out the little calendar thing in Fantasy Grounds so we can have it on there. But
After the course of a rest, would a candle still be burning if I had lit it before I fell asleep?
if you left it going all night or all day, I would say the candle in your room, no.
Yeah,
If you had like
okay.
a brand new candle, it might still be going, but
Okay. Then Xedre would have woken up. He would look at the candle, see that it's out. I'm just gonna shoot. And he'll go ahead and like pick it up in its like little mush of a dish, and then produce flame under it to try to melt it. And he's gonna actually take out the socket that the gemstone was in, and actually try to like coat the bottom of it with wax, and then try to almost piece together to figure out medically how big this freaking shard that's in Alfred is. It's very worrisome. Yeah, that's what Xedre will be working on, just on the bed. He'd probably get some wax onto the bed, but he's not going to try to burn it off or anything because that would be bad.
Do you have proficiency in any tool set or performance or anything like that?
Yes, I have
Which tool
proficiency with potter's tools and an herbalism kit.
Okay, I'll let you use Potter's tools for this. I think that'd be fair.
Okay. So that's a dex check plus proficiency?
Yes.
Okay, so my proficiency is +3 right now. So it'll be this roll +3.
Ooh, nice.
That is a
Excellent work.
23.
You have a nice, solid little wax seal that you've created that in a rough shape, about a triangular pyramid type shape that you can make, with a swirl wind symbol in the center of it.
Mm-hmm. And there's a big shard, like a centimeter wide, or bad.
Overall, the gemstone itself would have been about 3 inches on each side as a triangle. The pieces that you can't account for make up about half of that is missing.
Okay.
Don't know if that's 100% all that's in Alfred or if there's some other shards that just, got lost in the explosion. Because if large pieces are being implanted in bodies, then small pieces disappearing into the pantry or other random places. We all know how the bottles went.
He would freak out for a second, and then he would realize that he didn't like reach under the like oven or anything like that, and then just calm down a little bit. But just track that and keep it with me. Put it back into my bag.
Alfred will walk up to Selinus' room and give a little rap on the door.
One moment.
Yeah, no, no
It's
rush.
about a minute as Selinus finishes putting like a shirt on.
He sleeps naked. I forgot.
It's a good man.
Good afternoon, I think. Yeah.
Yes, yeah, whatever.
Sure. I have a favor to ask of you. I know that you've become very attached to the piece that I've made for your arcane focus. But I was trying to work out something for Vault. I think I could get him something to, let him shoot crossbow bolts without needing to stop by a store every, day and a half with how he goes through them. Would you mind if I sort of scavenge pieces for that?
Sure, come in. Selinus is gonna like actually wave Alfred into his room.
I know. I'm sorry. I
It's
don't want
alright.
to have to do this, but I feel like it would do him a little bit better,
Oh, yeah.
like for everyone to,
Oh, yeah, are you doing all right, Alfred?
I think I will live. Um, uh, DM, exactly where on his torso is the shard located?
Uh,
Like rib
roughly just like
cage?
right below the lung. Right
Okay,
below the lung, right at the just underneath the rib cage.
okay. Alfred will sort of like lift his shirt up like slightly, and he'll be like, this is interesting. It doesn't hurt anymore. And it's, the only thing I'm concerned about is it like growing over, but um,
So is it like, is there anything like sticking out, or is it just fully just like looks like smooth skin?
Yeah, there's just a little. It's not even really a scar. It's just like a little mark that you presume will heal over time, just showing that there's about 3 inches long, like somebody cut into him and it's healed up.
I don't know. Maybe one day I'll be able to find out that I can there's like a little battery inside of me or something that I can use. I don't know.
I
I'm just trying to keep a good head about it.
oh,
Better
yes,
than thinking the
I do feel I I feel like this is something that we're going to need to address a bit more in depth, perhaps when we get back to Six Bells. I'm at least glad it doesn't seem to be actively doing you any harm right now.
Well, yeah, no, I don't think it's doing me any harm. I God, I don't know how to go about getting it out of me. I really don't like I don't like needles or anything like that, or like the idea of getting cut open to have this thing removed is just not great.
Yes, perhaps we could make a full stop to the Temple of Zephora when we get back. Svalt knows somebody.
Maybe.
Speaking of which, mind if I behind your ear?
Sorry?
Do you mind if I check behind your ear really quick while you're here? Like brush back the hair?
Sure. Go for it.
I just want to like push back the kind of come back behind Alfred, push back the hair, kind of look. Has the mark changed at all? Is it still just the same?
No, just the same symbol. Yep.
Okay. Alright, well it hasn't like grown or anything. It's a good sign.
Good to know. I I don't think I've seen any differences. I check it every now and then, not daily, but every now and then I give it a look. Yeah, when you have something like that on your head.
No, trust me, if anyone here would know, I understand. Part of the reason I really want know that Xedre and Vault are concerned about that girl in Door. As far as I can tell, the guards there have it covered, and I really want to get back expels for the two of you. I'm very about that.
I mean, I think that they're just naturally, they naturally just want to help people out, and they might see something that we don't. I mean, they're quite perceptive people.
Perhaps, but I'm not sure I'm willing to sacrifice the safety of you for potentially finding out something more about this.
I don't think they necessarily see it that way. I don't think they see it as like a this or that. Perhaps.
And they are very. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt.
Go ahead.
They are very hearted, and they want to do good. Or I think little or do good to everyone, you will get taken advantage of. Sometimes you need a little bit of reality to help keep you in check.
Right, that's why we have you and Kiesel.
Well, I'm trying.
You know, I mean, Kiesel's always looking for some way to turn what we're doing into a profit. So maybe that sort of like balances it out to them always trying to give ourselves away.
Where do you stand on that, Alfred?
Honestly, I don't know. I sort of understand where you're coming from, where I don't want to get in too deep and over my head with something that I don't know about. But also, my heart does go out to things like there's no way that I think this little girl eviscerated her mother, and I don't know, maybe I don't know. I really don't. I just imagine like what if that was my family? Like I would want someone to help them, right? I mean, I think that's sort of why we all do this, or maybe not all of us, but why some of us do it, right?
It's true. Did you get the parts you needed?
Yeah, yeah. Sorry, it might not. Uh, I left the housing around, so it'll still look nice, but it's not gonna be as good as it was.
I still appreciate that. It still looks a lot nicer than just the raw chunk of stone I was dealing with before.
That's fair. That's fair. Alfred will meander back to his room to finish his morning and finish working on the project.
Alfred, waking up after your long rest, as you kind of went through that conversation with Selinus, you feel a little bit smarter this morning. You feel real refreshed, real good. Little smarter, maybe a little bit lighter on your feet. We'll get more into that later.
All right, folks.
All right. Anybody else doing anything before group gets back together? Hearing none?
I would just ask Brindell to make sure like nothing crazy happened while we were gone. That'd be it. Yeah, check in. No more oozes.
No, he just reports back in as being just it was pretty low key. Actually, most people like vacated after all the noise and stuff downstairs and commotion, that decided it maybe wasn't a good place to hang around, so they went and found other places to hang out for the night. He just kind of hung out with Narcisse most of the evening until he retired.
All right.
And took care of some.
Cool. What a good guy. Thank you for taking care of Cybil. Oh, where is Cybil right now? Is she in?
I would assume would be back with Alfred.
Spent time with our friend, and then came back and stayed with me when we got back.
Your friend will do his normal morning routine, but in the middle of the afternoon instead. But enjoying the nice cold air outside, so.
Let's see, by afternoon, it's up into the 50s, so it's not awful outside. Still pretty cool, but low winds, clear skies.
Perfect running weather.
Good brisk temperatures.
Did we get our continental breakfast in the afternoons at this time?
Pretty much Narcisse is doing whatever you guys want for getting rid of the oozes, so...
Kisa will walk down, order a big plate, he'll have a whole English breakfast. I think that's what he'll have today.
All right.
All fixins. And then while he's sitting down and waiting for his ridiculous order to be taken out, he will sit down and give a whole prayer and try and commence himself with getting into the habit of communing with something bigger than himself.
The one question that'll be asked before any of you guys order food is the kitchen back open again because you told her to close it?
Provided
Kisa would order and tell her, yes, the kitchen is now open. The kitchen is okay to be opened.
She won't fight it at all, especially with Kiesel, so...
Please, it is all I want.
This is 100% something he would do.
All right. Kiesel's got his prayer in and has ordered the kitchens back open. Takes a little bit of time to get that all coordinated, as like the cook wasn't there because there wasn't anything to do for the last 24 hours, but got that all sorted out. Everything's taken care of. You guys eventually make your way into the great room of the tavern. Pick up whatever food you so choose. Narcisse is happy to oblige with any orders once she's got the kitchen up and running. And what's the party? Does the party need to have a discussion on what they're doing next?
I'm getting a second breakfast of whatever Kiesel's having, doing the same thing.
Not a problem.
Did he... Perhaps we could ask Narcisse for directions to, we have few occasions to stop by the owner's house and the waitress, the staff that were feeling well. Then perhaps Deirdre's estate.
really want to drop by before they actually have the procession?
I would really like to see if the Ivana or Barton are still around. It would be nice to have a conversation about what's been going on, or what happened, you know, more in private.
I think it does actually make sense, Selinus, to gather information on this. It's a sad and twisted fate that she's gone. I will say, I sound a bit fussy of me, but she is a noble house, correct? Yeah, she is a noble, right?
Presumably.
We should mind our tact, and honestly, I think if we all get on the same page and maybe even put you in front to speak for us, it might be the best decision we can have. I am slightly concerned that if we are in a job doing smuggling, it may not be something we want to broadcast, for fear of this reputation coming back to my family.
Yes, I think perhaps we lead with the story that we are here for the funeral.
I mean, is it really a story?
I mean, it's
There's
not.
truth to that.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, precisely. We are here for the funeral.
Oh, okay.
Just don't need to mention any of the other stuff.
At which point Alfred will come down. You'll hear his footfalls a lot heavier than normal as he's rested, but he is tired because he has been working, and he will not slam but gently press this like long cylinder onto the table and say, "I've done it. It's done. Here it is."
This looks robust and wonderful. What am I looking at?
Well, hopefully. Well, not hopefully. I've tested it out. I took the first shot. I'm sorry, or I've taken a few shots. This sort of produces its own buckshot, if you will. So you don't have to go and purchase any more.
Are you saying this works with my crossbow? I'm like
No,
excited.
This is your new crossbow.
What? I pick it up and look at it. How heavy is this thing? I'm really excited.
It's slightly heavier than your other, but
Okay.
not by too much. It should still like it's proficient.
Right, that's really cool. I feel like a kid in a candy store right now. I would love to test this out. Is there a place we could do that safely? I'd hate to fire off arcane magics inside the tavern here.
Yeah, probably not the best place to do it in here.
Narcisse,
I was
is there
doing
a
it out
place?
the window
Oh,
and someone got really mad at me.
Well, for the greater good. Narcisse, is there a place I could maybe shoot this safely for testing purposes? Maybe a few trees nearby, small woods.
The only thing is that you'll have to take some time to really get a good grip on it, if you catch my drift.
Absolutely, I would imagine something like this would be a bit idiosyncratic. It took me a while to get used to my old crossbow, and it would be wonderful if I could show off in front of Eunice later. Oh my! And I will pick this up and just stuff my mouth and just not even know what to do with this. Just be like holding it, like just kind of jiggling, just vibrating.
Is this an infused repeating shot light crossbow?
What the fuck?
It's also a +1.
Yep.
What? It's a +1?
It's a magic weapon at that point.
Oh boy, I got my first magic weapon, boys.
Yeah, outside. Actually, I'll wait for after. I'll wait for after.
Oh, boy.
All right, it's in your inventory there, Vault.
Oh, boy. How do I put this in my actions tab? Is it? Oh, there it is. Infused repeating. Wow.
And you need to click the little circle on the inventory tab
Okay.
to attune it,
That makes sense.
Yes.
which is what he was alluding to.
Yes.
So,
Circle. Used repeating. In the equipped, is that what it is? Or the...
it's just there's a A with a triangle at the top.
Oh.
That says it.
Yep. And then like a
There
little
you go.
checkbox. Got it.
It just keeps track of whether you've met your 3 attunements.
That makes sense. I see that now. Okay. I'll just be vibrating with this at the table. This is exciting. Thank you so much. Wow.
Well, I would rather you not get hurt because you're more used to shooting things than sort of, stabbing. I see that you're quite proficient with stabbing. Don't get me wrong. You're good at it. Wouldn't want you to be upset at that.
It's a bit higher risk to be that close.
Yes, it is. It is. I don't think that we all need to necessarily get up that close.
I agree. I was quite terrified fighting that ghost earlier. It defeated that giant so easily. Thank goodness for Selinus being there in time.
Need to help.
And thank goodness for this new toy, for all of the wonderful things we can do with it. Just vibrating with it, like, so excited.
Yeah, Narcisse will just direct you to go out north of the building towards the river.
Oh, yeah. Well, I would hate to interrupt our planning session, so I can be a bit patient, but we should plan, and then I want to test this immediately.
Well, I mean, does anyone have anything else to do today?
I had something that I was kind of hoping to do, but I don't really want to embroil all of you in it.
What was it?
Is that the place across the river, the Druid's Cave? I thought it might be nice to talk with some of them, see if they had any like information or anything. And honestly, there was kind of a occurrence a while back. Alfred probably remembers it, and I kind of got punished because I didn't recall something. So I just kind of want to study up, and I think that a lot of those folks would probably be helpful with it.
I didn't think you would go back for it. Again.
Listen, I really thought I had it figured out, and I just confidently stuck the torch in there. It's fine. It's fine.
You did it with confidence. That's all that matters. As long as you continue to carry that confidence in life, you will go far.
Hey, you didn't die.
You didn't die. You are living. I'm talking to you right now.
Yes. Well, we've been in kind of a limbo before, so I don't want to call that into question. But yeah. I just kind of wanted to go over there. I mean, if I'm being completely honest, I guess out of all of you, the one that it would probably make the most sense to go with is Alfred here. I mean, you care about animals and things like that, and I've seen you talk to the horses and all. But I can definitely go individually. I don't mind.
Let's go. Seems like it'd be very interesting people to meet.
We want
Okay.
to stop. We still have the rest of today and the rest of tomorrow. Then the day after that is the funeral.
Correct.
If we want to do our errands today and then take the day off tomorrow, and you can visit the food area or in a room, or other people can do what they like.
Oh,
Vice
what are we-
versa, I suppose.
Out of character wise, if you guys wanted to basically do whatever errands you guys need to do as a group to finish out this day, and then if you still have an open day with nothing that you guys specifically want to do, you could basically do a very, very shortened downtime, whatever you guys have for specific Xedre wants to go to Druid's Gate. If anybody else wants to check out anything else that we could get a little bit more feel for some stuff in town, go check in on different things. Yeah, we could definitely do like a really shortened form downtime at the end of the session.
Sure.
Imagine that's probably about where we'll get to time-wise tonight.
Whenever DM. Oh,
Go ahead. The only other thing Yokota would do over the next couple days would probably write a letter back home.
Okay.
Whenever we first met Deirdra, was she wearing similar like monastic garb to Xanathe? Because I know she belonged to the faith of Briora.
Similar. I'd say, yeah, I would say it's similar. Not the same.
Because I think that's how Xanathe recognized her, that she was a monk too, and that her clothes.
Yeah. It might also be worth it whenever we go to Deirdre's estate that maybe we could inquire a little bit more about what exactly the order was that she was bound to. I only really know about the Asaphist monasteries, and even that is very limited knowledge, but I mean, it would be nice to learn a little bit more.
She was from... I'm pretty sure she was from... Cloud? That's the capital?
And Farcloud is the capital. That's where the repository is.
I think that was... I'm not... She at least spent some time there. The monk.
Give me a history check on that there, Selinus.
Boy.
These days, that keen mind feed is going to be so satisfying.
Yeah, and then you'll be the one that has it, and I'll have to remember what stuff would you know versus what stuff the rest of the party knows.
No.
I'll be an unreliable narrator for the group.
All right, with a 7, I'm not going to say anything different to what you just reiterated. So,
Confirm or deny.
Yeah.
I think she spent some time in Farcloud. Don't think she spent any time in this.
It's like a lot of cloud-oriented names. I mean, it's fine.
I'm pretty sure it was in. Pretty sure it was in Cloud.
I mean, clouds are nice. Have you ever just like spent a day just like watching the clouds roll by?
I had a perpetual layer of ash in my hometown, so I didn't really get a look at the clouds a lot.
I haven't spent a whole day, but I've spent quite a while staring out into the edge of the air and water. 6 bells. Sunrises are beautiful.
Well, at home, the sky is just about all clouds, so it's a bit hard to miss them.
These are the fun things. These are the conversations that we should be having about what the sky looks like. And where we're from.
Yours wasn't that fun.
Listen, no, it's fine. I'm not trying to like be a spoil sport or anything, or like you know, it's still nice. I respect the sky from where I come from. You know, it's a gift from Infernus every day. But I mean, I still think we are very limited on knowing personal details about each other. Like, have we seen clouds? It's kind of interesting when you think about it, based on all of the stuff that we've experienced together.
Okay, but to be fair, I didn't think that that's a question I ever had to ask someone.
Okay, then what is the first thing that you would ask somebody?
Probably if they like bonfires. I mean, I'm a sucker for a nice bonfire.
Thoughts? And Xedre will like gesture to everyone else.
we should get going.
I do actually feel like it might be a good idea to
Well,
reach out to Jarek for a moment.
Is that a good idea?
Well, I will explain myself, and you all can judge if this is a good idea. I would like to inquire to a local, someone who has their ears to the ground, whether or not our two loose ends, Alicia and Z, are actually following along with their plan. I would assume within a day they should have been able to find their way to a temple, and if they haven't, a small amount of gold to Jarek, or even maybe silver, depending on his prices, should be sufficient to get that information.
I like pot Xedre. They're nice.
yeah.
You're the type that you make are kind of different than the ones I'm used to. Mine are more metal forged. More wood.
Do you have a process for eating your pots if they're used for plants versus other generic things like water carrying or food storage?
Oh no, they all carry the ashes of people. I didn't really make them distill like plants, anything. There's also not that much plant life because most of it seems to get kind of snuffed out by the ash.
Does it smell
But
nice? The ash.
it's better than the sea. I hate fish. I honestly just disgusting. So I'd say so.
Fair enough. Do you know if outsiders would find it troublesome to breathe with that much, I don't know, if you say particulate or whatever?
I mean, it feels pretty thin, almost like flaky, if I had to say. But there's a cleric academy, so I mean, every once in a while faces would come through, but I'm gonna be honest, I stayed home most of the time. I mean, I'm sure you probably stayed home and didn't really get to see a lot of the faces in Six Bells, and also the fact that there's so many more people in Six Bells.
It's a very busy city. I can't keep track of everyone, that's definitely sure. Well, seems as though you are headed to Druid's Grove with Yofridir. I want to test out my crossbow and maybe reach out to Jarek about just keeping tabs on a few folk. Shouldn't take much more than an hour. Maybe Alfred would join me for that, as you are the one who built this wonderful tool for me.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I didn't include an instruction manual. It's kind of straightforward. You point and you shoot. But
Well, then it shouldn't take much time at all.
Well, wait, if we're burning daylight at this time, do we want to go ahead and all go together? Check in with the estate and everything, and then go off and do our things? I mean, if I'm being honest, do we even know where the estate is?
no, we
I did
don't.
say we would ask.
Jarek would know, I bet. Or Narcisse, if we want to trust someone.
First, I think if so is the one asking, shouldn't have any trouble.
Our itinerary does seem a bit light. I think if we really wanted to, we could all knock all of these tasks out together simultaneously, or we could split. I honestly don't see a problem either way. Yofridir, you have been a voice of wisdom many times. What is your take?
Well, how late do we think the estate would let us visit?
Do I know visiting hours to nobles, like any general etiquette?
Alfred would say.
Alfred would know.
Don't come past like dinner time. Like if you're
Yeah,
coming
pretty
past
much
them,
daylight hours, unless you have an invite.
Cool.
they don't know us. They don't care about us.
Very true. It might even be better that they don't know us. I mean, what are we to tell them? That, oh, well, we met your relation, daughter, I don't know what she would be at this point, in a alternate plane of reality where dreams caused monsters to come out, and I'm just not sure. Again, I hope that I do not have to do the talking on this one.
So I'm happy to take head on speaking with family. Like I said, I'm really hoping that when we go to visit, that perhaps if Anna is not there, perhaps we can get information on where she is staying.
So, you'll like to make a decision of our next steps. Are we splitting up and solving our own little things today, or are we going together? Start there. That seems easy.
Well, I believe our personal things can be handled after daylight hours.
Yeah, we should probably hit the estate first and then worry about anything else.
We wave over Narcisse.
Need
Uh,
need something?
Are we starting the U-Talk thing now, or are we going to wait until we get to the actual estate talk?
Huh?
She looks visibly confused.
DM, what was Deirdre's last name again?
Arpad?
Pat. You,
Strong start.
Selinus would remember this. I don't remember this.
Well,
Could you give us actions to the Arpad estate?
Yeah, that shouldn't be a problem.
We appreciate that. We're gonna head out to run some errands. Be back too late. Appreciate your help once again.
Alright, I will give you guys the directions on the map, because...
Ooh, fun.
We are in Traders Avenue right now. Is that correct?
Yep.
Deirdre will also pat Alfred on the shoulder on the way out, and just say, I really like bonfires too. Maybe we can continue the conversation later.
Oh my god, yes.
they're so nice. I mean, it's interesting that you would like bonfires considering they cause so much smoke as well, but I mean, they're always so nice and cozy. I guess you really can't get around it.
You're just gonna have like proper ventilation. I mean, we had a lot of open ceilings, where I'm from.
Oh, okay. I could never get a good one going without it making like lots and lots of smoke. I'm not good at making them. I just like enjoying them. Well, I'm good at making fires, just not smokeless fires.
Something I struggle with too. But I don't know, maybe we'll learn something whenever Yofredy and I go to that Druid's Gate, and maybe we can make cleaner burning fires, and then we could go ahead and have a bonfire for ourselves.
Yeah.
I would agree a bonfire, once we complete all of this, would be a wonderful place to have a meal. So, off to the Arpad estate, is that correct? Kiesel,
Seems
how
like
do
our
you
next
feel?
stop.
Sorry.
Seems like our next stop.
Cecil is fluttering his eyes at the lady in question and is sort of, huh? You say something?
Are you ready to go?
Yes. Sorry, my lady. I'll be right back. Just wait for me. Don't worry. And he'll sort of like leave her in a twist and be on his way out the door.
Well, are we bringing Cybil, by the way? I could leave Brindell to watch her. Sorry.
Yeah, let's take Cybil. That's a great idea. We haven't had a lot of time with her. Everything's been too deadly.
This seems like a rather safe adventure.
I would perhaps.
Oh wait, you're right. No, Selinus, I know what you were gonna say. We're not going to a place that would be very welcoming to a dog.
I mean, perhaps if it would be nice to take her for a walk, stop by and pick her back up before you go around and try out the crossbow.
Ooh,
Perhaps for a noble's house where we don't really know the
Yeah, let's just get on with it, and then I'll treat her afterwards.
Well, if Cybil stays behind, then Brindell will keep an eye on her. Can you handle that, my friend?
We'll pick up something on
You
the
get,
way
you get a
back
big
for her.
thumbs up.
Dude, I love this Brindell boy.
And so he just kind of like, as you guys get up from the table, he's taking what you left on your plates and
Yes!
sliding it over.
I love Brindell.
Brindell's going to sink the ship by the time you guys get back on it.
He needs to get some food. He was small for a pack of deer, if I remember right.
He was pretty scrawny.
Yeah, dude, we got to get that boy fattened up. He's looking like Yofadir before you know it.
But Yofadir's pretty lean.
Yeah, but he's bulky and strong, though. Big, strong man.
Yeah, he's like 210, 215.
No, you good. It's huge. All right, Dan. I guess we're on the move. Oh, man, I've got my new crossbow. Am I attuning this? Like, can I attune this, like, as we walk and as we've been in the tavern? I don't know. Is it 10 minutes? I don't remember how long it takes. An hour?
An hour,
It's
isn't
an
it?
hour.
Hours with him.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, you
this is
could
my
do
first
it.
time.
While sitting there at the table as well as on your trip.
Cool.
You gotta go halfway across town. Are you guys walking or are you guys taking horses?
How's the snow?
We'll take horses. No, we will take horses.
No, we will take horse. Okay.
We gotta
We have-
show up in style.
We have a status to uphold, and we're going to a noble house.
Absolutely. All right.
Alfred would point the group towards the stables, or towards wherever we're keeping our horses at the moment. Alfred was very tired at the end of the last time.
Oh, I'm gonna go hang out with Lord. I'm gonna give him a pat and I'm gonna give him an apple from the table. And also give Brindell's horse some food and some pats since we're not taking it out. We'll just be chilling.
It'll make us look a lot less suspicious if we come up in horses. No one who's trying to sneak around comes up in horses to the front gate.
I like that logic. And I will start climbing up.
Okay. Just for flavor's sake, which route you guys want to take based off of where that arrow goes? There's two different gates in the Pantheon Sphere.
Go ahead.
You want to travel through Minstrel Row, or do you want to stay in Traders Avenue and go in that way? Minstrel Row is the little bit more colorful part of town.
When the sign has two different arrows, Xedre's pointing towards Minstrel Row.
All right.
Here.
Okay. All right. So you like immediately depart Traders Avenue and into Minstrel Row, traveling through at, let's see, we're at about 4:30, pushing 5 o'clock in the afternoon at this point as you're heading down the road, all aboard your horses. Snow's melted off a little bit. There's probably about 3 inches less than there was before, so about 1.25 feet at this point. It also makes it quite sloppy underneath. And going through Minstrel's Row, it's kind of a messy part of town. Good amount of rough and tumble looking buildings, not kept up very nicely. Some things that are a little bit more run down. There's also a little bit more character to them. They're a little bit less refined, but at the same note, they got a little bit more, not style, but color. And very diverse, a lot of different, more variety of races on display in Minstrel Row than you saw going through Traders Avenue. The town is primarily Dwarven, from what you can tell as you head through town. There is a good contingent of other races, but probably about 4 out of every 10 people are dwarves. Next would probably be catfolk. Representing your two contacts from your inn are pretty similarly a position there. Narcisse being a dwarf and Jarek being a catfolk. There's a mixture of, you see a little bit of everything else, though. There's some pachydeer, goblins, humans, small smattering of most of the other non-rare races. So elves and elves
Humans.
and some other things. Yeah. Anyway, Past a couple interesting establishments, a little bit more on the shady end. Nothing that appears to be selling poisons, unfortunately. Vault and no other inns or anything like that. But make your way over through Minstrel Row and eventually hit back into a little bit more busy market district. Kind of pick up on that you're heading back into similar territory to where you were in the Traders Avenue, a little bit more high-end merchants, middle class, upper class establishments, little apartments above shops, those types of things. A few workshops here and there. Nothing really of note before you make your way to a large wooden palisade that, based off your instructions from Narcisse, that this is your gate to get into Pantheon Sphere. And being as it is 4:30 in the afternoon, the gates are open.
What type
Okay,
of armor
good.
do the guards wear?
Don't see any guards.
You know, as we
Well,
were...
give me a perception check. We'll see if you see some guards.
As Silver was giving this whole like narration of how we were walking through the town, I just kept on thinking, you know, we're gonna get to this gate, and then we're not gonna be able to get through this gate.
Doesn't matter
With
which way you choose.
don't
the
notice
door,
any
doors-
guards.
No.
Yeah, you don't notice any guards. Just doors are sitting open, and on the other side, you see a couple buildings on each side of the street before the street gives way to a cross street. The street you're on ends and turns into a cross street. And beyond the building straight in front of you can see some bigger buildings that pretty quickly surmise are probably temples.
Okay.
With a massive complex in rising up beyond. There's like the small buildings in front, some bigger buildings that you surmise are the temples, and then another bigger building beyond that.
Oh, are there 6 temples in Pantheon Sphere? One for each
Yep.
god?
Well, there's technically 7, so
The one in the center. Kind of like 6
the
bucks.
one in the center
Or
is
the
for the whole
dreamer.
Pantheon.
No. Chuck ain't got he don't no.
Chuck's waving.
Hey guys! Don't forget our deal! Hello!
Come on over.
The
Take
tattoo
a nap.
burns. The tattoo starts to spread across our skins.
We'll have that George Clooney meme again of just peeking over the hedge line there.
Do I see how close are we to a bluish or watery-ish looking Brioran maybe temple? Are we getting an eyesight of that yet?
You can't really pick up on which ones are which because they're on the other side of this line of buildings, and your instructions say go to the right,
Sure.
not continue on into the temples.
Cool.
So if you turn to the right
Yeah, I'm not gonna
and
do it,
follow
yeah.
your instructions from Narcisse down at the end of the lane, right up next to the next gate, which is also open, you see a fairly nice estate. Bigger house than Lady Katisha's. This is a 3-story estate. It's also about twice as wide, but it doesn't like have any massive grounds around it. It's just basically the building is up against the road and just tucked in between this road and the palisade behind it. It's honestly kind of out of place as all the other little buildings you see, or all the other buildings you see around it are all much smaller. Nice. I mean, they're well taken care of, nice little houses and stuff, but you kind of gather that with this being the temple district, this is mostly places where clerics and people that work in the temples live, and then here you got this massive estate house and them just stuck in here.
That's curious.
You know,
At the front door, you do notice that there are 2 guards standing watch there. They are... Oh my gosh, I'm going to draw... This is where I draw blanks when I have COVID brain. So, let me pull up my Word document.
Alfred, what would be the appropriate, or Vault, I suppose, what would be the appropriate way to approach these guards?
Can we do a advantaged history check on that one? What is the correct way to do this?
Just, I don't think it's anything that there's like some formal approach. Everybody's a little bit different on what they expect. Just approach it how you think you'd approach your own house. So, for you noble folk.
No.
But I will point out what I was looking up on my Word document here. So, black armor with green tunic. And then there are banners hanging in front of the house that are large green banners with a black moon. And then the moon is draped in like green herbs or ivy. And Alfred, you can give me a history check.
Selinus, I don't think that there's any sort of like interesting thing or way that we have to go about walking up there. We'll just take the horses and we'll walk up to them,
Right.
and we'll say hello. They're just people. They put on their pants just like you and I, one leg at a time.
Yes,
All right.
320.
Well, I'm nervous about this one. Nobles are scary boys.
Yeah, especially ones that are the fifth.
I'm not noble. I ain't noble. I'm just rich.
Keep telling yourself that. I'm just like all you folks.
Doesn't everyone live in a normal size?
Mine, I just name dropped a couple people we have took into custody and told them, hey, I'm paying you from my treasury of my house.
Well, if they go to try to steal it, then they'll get hit with that poison that I give to Eunice later, and then we'll all get to laugh.
All right, how we approaching this, folks?
I want to kind of like shrink down and be a little bit smaller and towards the back. I do not want to be leading this.
This will ride up, kind of gracefully dismount. Excuse us. I mean to. Wondering if we could see our pets. We're wondering if I know if a Ivana would be in.
So you got one male guard, one female guard, both in full plate armor, kind of almost ceremonial. Look the part to be the guards out front. They both kind of look at each other. Ivana? I know Ivana's here. Move along.
Well, perhaps we could still through the arpads. It would be very helpful. I believe they might know what I'm talking about.
We were compatriots of the late Lady Deirdra.
Make a persuasion check.
Yeah, you can do it with Jofrediers chime in for some advantage there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So nervous.
It's a year for your roll, so it's a 20. It's a year for your roll, so it's a 20.
Yes!
I call it.
Jofrediers' power goes to now charisma checks too. Most intelligent, charismatic barbarian you have ever met. That isn't really charismatic or intelligent myself.
Not at all.
The 15 would have been a 23 total.
All right, with a 28.
Winning.
My apologies. I suppose if you're here for Lady Deirdra, I suppose, yeah, you can head on in. Just wait in the entryway. Someone will meet you there, and
Of course.
direct you
There-
towards the viewing.
Place we could hitch the horses.
I mean, if yeah, we'll get it taken care of. With your 28, they're gonna be compliant with you.
First hurdle cleared, boys. We're in the front door.
And
We're in.
be respectful.
You really just roll past them.
The front door.
Quite literally and metaphorically.
Right. This goes.
Like all of these dice.
What kind of dice are these?
Is it like a D7 or something?
Yeah, what
These
the
are-
D100.
These are percentile dice. That's why it's concerning.
Nah. I'm finishing up some stuff that I would have done during the week if I had not been ill.
No, the concerning ones are D20s. D100s, those are normally fine.
D20 is like you're getting attacked. Fuck.
He's rolling that many D100s. It's probably like someone has a trinket that they need.
Where are
What kind
they
of
in
flowers
town
are in the
and-
garden?
Fetch quest, fetch quest.
So we head into the entryway.
Yeah.
Okay. As you enter in, switch to some mansion ambiance here. As you step through the doors, it's a very nice estate. Not as lavishly, like no expense spared, like Katisha had done her decorating, but it's still very nice. More similar to House Farheed. Conservative, yet there's still definitely money spent here. It's a very large front room with a grand staircase heading up, but also two main hallways heading back deeper into the building. And you see a few other individuals that are standing, presumably waiting like you are. There is a female elf standing talking with a male vampire and another female elf. The first one is dressed in more robed attire. You would guess somebody either cleric-like or mage, somebody, not a frontliner and definitely not a commoner. The vampire is a little simpler clothing. More in the commoner style, but it's been cleaned up pretty nicely. And then the second female elf is has some pretty nice noble clothing, but it is clearly like you could clearly see that there's armor underneath it. You also see a male catfolk who is just kind of standing off by himself, not with another group. And then there is... Okay, those are the people that you see waiting. Coming from the interior, past the main staircase, you see a male dwarf kind of hurrying his way over towards you, hustling over. And he doesn't come straight to you, he comes to the other people, and just like, you hear him kind of just, right this way, right this way.
All
And
three of them.
to all three of them, and then just kind of holds a hand up for you guys. Like, I'll be right with you.
Did I recognize the male elf in the armor to be Anna?
No, none of these people look familiar to you at all. Not sure what happened with my music. Got angry on me.
What do you think?
Are you asking me? What about the viewing?
Yes. You're the kind of the funeral expert.
Yeah. Okay. We're really oversimplifying all of the very specific roles that my family has whenever it comes to running a crematorium. I mean, I work the front desk sometimes, but I wasn't that great at it. I, I don't know. It feels weird to have so many people coming in, but I guess she was able to touch the hearts of a lot of folks, or at least maybe some of them are like indebted to her family. They said that she was an adventurer, right? So
Yeah,
it makes sense.
As you're waiting, and another individual comes through the front door a little bit, very soft-footed, just kind of like seems unsure of themselves, maybe a little bit similar to you guys. It's a male human, dressed in pretty nice clothing, more utility than finery, but just kind of like sneaks past you guys to try and get in the door, and just like, pardon me, just gotta stand over here.
I think you should perhaps wait.
Oh, I need to wait outside. Okay.
So there's sort of line. You're here to see lady.
Well, I mean, I suppose.
Go ahead and letting in people a few at a time. Couldn't just wait here.
Oh, I wasn't going to go back. I was just going to wait over here. But if I need to, like, get behind you folk, I can do that.
I don't think
it really matters where you stand. What's your name, friend?
Oh, Sadler. He reaches his hand out, shake your hand.
Yeah, Alfred will return the handshake. So how did you know the past, the deceased?
Didn't really know her, knew of her. Member with the Granite Ravens. She's kind of a bit of a legend over there.
Oh, you're a fan.
Well, I mean, I suppose. I mean, she had a pretty impressive record in the guild.
DM, may I ask a history check of Granite Ravens? Would I have ever heard of that? I don't think so, right?
You can roll a check. We'll see. Stranger things have happened.
Only I was Yofredir on this history check.
Every time Alfred asks that question, he rolls a damn 20. So
8, boys! I ain't no crap.
With 8, no. Yeah, you wouldn't be familiar with the Granite Ravens.
Are you like a member of a group? You said that you come from the Granite Ravens too?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say I'm a part of the guild. Kind of just take missions with whoever's available at the time. Do a little bit of questing. I don't know. You look a little bit adventurous, or maybe not. But just gotta take jobs as they come. Whatever happens to pop up. I'm still pretty new, finding my footing, but I got some skills. He goes, like, pulls a coin out and just kind of like starts doing some sleight of hand stuff with this coin in his hands.
Are you like well studied about I guess kind of some of the legends of the Granite Ravens?
Well, yeah, I mean, growing up around here, I kind of always wanted to join the group and get to do all these things and, listen and grow up on the stories. It's, it's interesting stuff. So I know a fair bit.
I mean, you seem pretty coordinated with doing the coin thing. I mean, there was
Thanks. I've been practicing
there
that
was
a
this
lot.
like legend who like worked besides Lady Deirdra, and I think his name was Barton, but I'm not quite sure what his last name was. I don't know if he came from a noble house or something.
I mean, yeah, I've heard tales, not as many as Deirdre, but there are some tales of Barton. I believe the Hooded was his moniker, but yeah, I mean, it's not necessarily like my role model, but he has some pretty good stories there.
We are not from around here. We're more based out of Six Bells, but just really curious if perhaps anyone from the Deirdre's adventuring party is coming to the funeral. I think they would, right?
I mean, I don't know. I think most of them are dead. I'm sorry. I spurt things out a little bit sometimes. Deceased. I mean, most of them gone for a long time. No, sorry if you knew any of them. I didn't think they'd really been adventuring for quite some time. Yeah, I don't know that there's anybody left around to come visit.
See.
But I mean, I could you could check in with Guildmaster Katasu. He'd probably know if any of them are still on the rolls. I mean, it's been a long time since they were really active.
It would be nice to some of them kind of side-eyeing the rest of the party.
And Mr. Sadler, if I don't mind, I'm a little less familiar with the Granite Ravens. Is that a local guild, or?
Yeah, I mean, just mostly operate here out of Granite Sound. Don't have not I mean, they've been around for a while, but never really grown to like trying to branch out beyond there. But do my best to live up to expectations. Maybe I can help raise things up. I mean, they're a good group. Been around, like I said, good long while. Probably upwards of 100 years.
And they do good. What's a legend of the Granite Ravens, or maybe the deceased here? What's your favorite story of Miss Arpad?
Oh boy, favorite story? I mean, there's so many good ones, but I mean, there was a really, really good story. It's one that my dad told me when I was growing up, just wee lad, but fought this like really crazy shadow beast thing that was like marauding around. I think it was up in. Yeah, the stories sometimes change the names of the towns, but I think I did some research. I'm pretty sure it was over in like right around the area where Archfolk is. Just west of here. There's like this old abandoned tomb thing, and there's this creepy shadow monster, and it's like long fingers, blades of dark black energy. It just like attacked them and had been murdering people in the village, and they just came in with her. And there was Kanga and gosh, I can't remember the rest of the names.
Ivana,
but,
chance.
No, I don't recall there being an Ivana. I don't think she was with them yet.
It's Alima. Was Alima there?
What?
Maybe.
Maltias?
Really it ended up being a big, because Kanga had, that, power of Aurora. She was, Aurora's champion, and she's, slicing through the shadow monster. I mean, her and Deirdra kept it occupied, and it was epic. I could probably, my dad tells it so much better than I do. He did such a great job when I was, like I said, just a kid. But yeah, that was the Battle of the Dusk Mangler. I mean, it was epic.
That is an amazing
know that-
story. Thank you.
So, like, how do you know? Are you just like fans? Do you like have any good stories or anything?
DM, can I insight check him real quick? Does he seem like? I mean, he seems super endearing on the surface, but like, is there
Yeah, you can
something?
insight check.
Yeah.
Sure. Stats are there for a reason.
Right. Before we start talking about ourselves, let's see
Don't
what
let my
18.
own natural COVID charisma just.
Dude, that guy is. I like this guy a lot. I hope I do at least. Insight? Do I still like him?
Yeah, he seems like a little bit of a super fan.
Oh.
That just like he's here to pay his respects because he thinks that's what needs to happen.
We had met up with Deirdra and some of her patriots not super long ago, just a couple of months. Probably pretty soon, right before she came back here. So, we heard that she had died. That it would be good for us to come pay our respects as well.
Well, it's a shame you didn't get to, like really see her in her prime. I mean, I understand her health's been failing here recently, but she's at peace now.
Amazing. It would have been amazing to see her in her prime.
Yeah, I only wish I could have been around then, but unfortunate. By all accounts, she had a good long life.
Yes, truly, I believe that to be the case. Mr. Sadler, the Granite Ravens, if you don't mind my asking, what are they most famous for? What are they up to these days now that they're maybe, I don't know, looking for a new legend or what?
Oh, I mean, just take on whatever jobs come up. I mean, it's been fairly quiet. A little bit of activity here last couple of weeks. A little bit more on the interesting side. I mean,
Like what?
You looking for some work?
Maybe, perchance, actually. Keeping our eyes
I mean,
open.
I don't know if you like the creepy stuff. Interesting.
We've
like,
fought a revenant
there's-
before.
Okay, well, that's kind of like right up in the same alley. I mean, like there was this. So you know what a spike tail is?
Yes.
Yeah, so
I've heard of
those
them.
big, monstrous creatures, and they mostly stay to the lake country, southwest of town. But like some people had been doing some hunting, hunted one down. I mean, it carries a pretty hefty bounty on if you can take one of these down. The meat and the hides and all those things are worth lots of money and stuff. But it's not like something we do because we do more quest type stuff. But like some other folks do that type of thing. But then some people from the guild, we got like called in because there was like some weird, strange stuff going on, and like there'd been a group that had come through and had killed one of these beasts, and because it kind of started getting into the farm ground south of town and causing some havoc down there, and the crops are kind of important around here. We all need to eat and such. And you said you guys operate out of Six Bells. We ship a lot of grain over there. Yeah, we got a lot of people got to eat, and so we kind of had to stop something. And so this hunting party been through, and they'd had some troubles with it because it seemed like they thought they had it, but then they didn't have it, and then that's kind of strange. And ultimately, it's like it's gone, and nobody knows where it went. And I mean, these things are big. I mean, it's like I'm not talking like big fish. I'm talking like these things are massive. My arms don't go out far enough.
I understand the
They are
feeling.
big creatures for it to freaking disappear without a trace. I mean, other than a blood puddle on the ground,
Oh,
pretty crazy. And I mean, like
is
Lisette and
that-
Fenton, they were looking into things on it, and they're supposed to be tracking it. I don't know if they've had any luck, but it's kind of a little bit. They didn't call me in. I'm still kind of working my way up. I don't get those kind of big jobs yet.
I'm sure they have it in perfectly good hands.
Yeah, I mean they're good. I mean they're good pair of goblins. They did good work around here. I mean they're doing their best.
If you all
I'm
were
sure
in
you know,
need of
Lisette's
assistance,
a little bit. I'm a bit a fan. She's pretty awesome. So
if you all were to need assistance, is there a place we could go inquire to learn
I
more?
mean, you could go to the guild house.
And where is that? I'm sorry. We've just arrived in town not too long ago. Is it maybe near the Oidar precinct, or I know you mentioned southwest of town.
Yeah, I mean the guild house is over on the southern part, like southwest edge of Oidar precinct. You know Oidar, so you guys been here a little bit.
Just a few days.
Yeah, I mean it's out there by the mills and the fields and whatnot to kind of keep on the outskirts of town, not deal with all the walls and all the, he kind of just whispers a little, the uppity ups and stuff and stuff.
Yes.
We kind of try a little bit more freedom of movement out there. So
amazing.
Hey, Sadly, you sound like you've worked with quite a few people. I mean, you said that you're pretty much a solo act, but I'm guessing you gelled pretty well with most other folks?
I think so. I mean, I'm a pretty easygoing guy. I think I'm pretty likable. Get along well with others. I mean, maybe someday I'll find that group that I work well with and kind of gel together and be like, Kanga and Deirdra and their compatriots. Man, that would be awesome.
It truly would be a dream.
Now, I'm just happy to, pick up some skills, learn from, some of the greats. Get a little bit better,
Have you ever worked besides somebody named Donnell or somebody named Beckett before? I mean, I know that they haven't been adventuring nearly as long as Deirdra and her compatriots, but I think we met them not too long ago, and they had said they had been adventuring for like 20 years.
It's like, did they have like, cool monikers, like
Like the
anything?
Hooded? No.
Yeah, something like that. I mean, just Beckett, it's just like a name. I mean, the name sounds familiar. Was he like a mage or something?
No, I don't think he was. There was Taman. She was definitely she was a sorcerer. But no,
The Rallier?
You know who Taman is?
Guy.
Oh, everybody knows Taman is. I mean, gosh, that's a pretty epic story. Just from up the river. I mean, not up the Granite River, but the Leiden River down south here. It's the border with Okaria. Yeah, Taman's pretty famous.
Okay. Well, then prepare yourself, because we met her, and we met like a bunch of
you're
her other
kidding me.
compatriots, like Veda and Tristan and Avara, and like Avara was a little off-putting, but like she had her charm, I guess.
Yeah, they killed a chimera over near Wickrop.
I mean, the tales I've heard, I bet Taman could have done that, like one hand tied behind her back. I mean, that. Oh man, she is amazing. It's a little bit of sad story and stuff as to kind of being forced out. You just kind of got that classic hero's tale of not accepted by her own kind and heading out and discovering she had these powers given by the gods, and out there being a champion of the pantheon and her starry eyes twinkling and just unleashing magic on all the evil forces of the world. I don't know the rest of the folks, but yeah, I mean, most people down here, down south and part of the country, we've heard about Taman. I mean, you don't know the
if
south
she's
of
the
Baral, not hear about
Rallier.
Taman.
Exactly. If she's the Rallier, then all they are just Rallies. I guess it doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. But
Yeah, definitely.
Does the dwarf man come back yet?
Oh my god.
So,
Mom, I wanna
as
go
you're having
home.
this conversation, you see a dwarf man coming back, but not the dwarf man that had left before. This dwarf man is dressed in monk robes.
Ooh.
Xedre, these are very familiar monk robes.
Fudge. Okay.
To everybody but Vault, they would be very familiar monk robes, and to Xedre, they would be extremely familiar monk robes. A little bit higher level, has an extra belt to them, which you know from your time with Sanity that denotes having a slightly higher rank. You can work your way up, but you see, let's get a picture.
Oh
Pictures
boy.
are fun. Show and tell time.
Wonder what
Picture's
the
worth
going
1,000
rate-
words.
I wonder what the going rate for the Granite Ravens is. Like, makes a little chicken scratch. Ooh, look at that guy.
Ooh.
This platinum-haired dwarvish man carrying a staff, which appears to be made of like driftwood. It's more of a walking stick. He's pretty advanced in years. Probably place well over 100. Well past middle age. And just piercing green eyes. He seems to have a very solemn look to his face as he's heading in your direction and making his way towards you, presumably towards the exit. And as he approaches, we'll take our break
No!
because we're long past break time. So,
Very fair. Very fair.
all right, for those of you watching live or on demand, we usually take a little break here. Somebody will probably be on. So if you are in the chat, feel free to engage. If you are watching this on demand, just think of what you're missing of being able to engage in the chat and talk with people about random things. And it will likely be random things.
Yes.
Like the fact that I'm almost done with my pomegranate.
I was going to ask you how
There
you're
you
doing.
go.
It looks like
Good
making
work over
progress there.
Truly, the session is measured by how far progressed this
Pomegranate.
Let me know when it's gone, and then I know I need to
It's
wrap
the
it
end
up.
of the session. Let's just...
Yeah, I've been sort of like munching on it, and like I feel like by the time I get to the end, the session will be done.
I like that. That's a nice little natural timer.
Come together.
Be a roughly 5-minute break, and then we'll be back. So thanks for tuning in. We'll be back with the second part of the session in a little bit.
We're on the BRB screen, boys. All right, real talk though, bruh, this new NPC, I mean, that's endearing as hell. Sadler, bruh's just a fan, and he's like, he's gonna go do good things with his life. I want to keep track of that guy. I want to see that he gets like super beast. Also, do you guys think there might be a connection between the disappearance, death, blood spot of Big Monster Thing and the problem in Maidenthorn? With blood spotty, bad, grisly deaths and screams and things? I'm wondering. Although it's the wrong side of town for that problem to be on, unless they're like wrapping all the way around. That'd be a huge...
Unless it's like a whole region standing problem.
Right.
It would be difficult for them to be connected.
Yeah. On the lower end of the possibility for the Southwest, maybe, but... I bet you there's a couple ways across the Granite River other than just through Druid's Gate. Are there, actually, DM, I know we're not in session, but are there, like other bridges semi-close? Like within a mile or two of town? Or ways to cross, like narrow sections or anything like that? Because, as I understand, you can tell me if I'm wrong about this, Granite River does not have a lot of boat traffic on it, right? Like, then?
I mean, it doesn't have like ship traffic on it. It would have boat traffic on it. I mean, 150 feet. There's a good amount of space there. It's a pretty deep channel.
Okay.
River. So.
So finding a crossing is very important on a for that.
Yeah.
Sure.
You'd have to cock the wagon and float it if you're gonna try and.
Yes, Oregon Trail, boys. Oh, maybe if we just had a cart instead of a wagon, right? That's a cute joke for Xedre to know about later if he ever rewatches the little midsection here. All right, I'm gonna BRB real quick. I'll be right back.
All right. All right, AJ, I'm going to turn it over to you to fill dead time because I'm trying to preserve my voice. So
Oh, perfectly fine. I just
I'm
got
going to
my
step away for a moment,
fixed.
and I'll be right back.
Alrighty. Allow me to pull up our channel, see if there's anybody viewing right now. Don't recognize any of our viewers at the moment, but
All right, what's up?
welcome back, Pope.
Oh,
no,
thank
I
you.
was just thinking of what to talk about. I don't know any of the viewers. Otherwise, I would call them out individually by name.
No,
But,
all you gotta do is just say weird things. Don't address them individually yet. You know what I mean? Because think about this. This is for YouTube in the future. Someone will be chilling out, and they'll notice this, and what they'll do is they'll put down a B in the comment section. I don't know, or something, or type.
Sure.
I don't know. Do something silly, and we'll make a running gag out of it.
Drop your chucks in chat.
Chuck's in the chat, boys.
That's the biggest thing that we need to make happen.
We need somebody to make the little emote.
I'll tell you what, I've actually been watching a lot of like Twitch emote design videos about people saying like these are the things that you need to make sure to do whenever you're picking like a color palette
Could you
or
send
whenever
any
you're
of that to
keeping
me?
a design.
I would be really
Oh,
interested
absolutely.
in a video series or any like even just blogs or anything online about that. That's really cool. I love design and theory. I love theory. You could give me theory on anything, like theory on blade crafting. Down, I'd watch that. Theory on emote making, 100%. What about how to, I don't know, optimize your grocery store to make people slow down and spend more money? I was thinking about that today, going through the store. You guys ever think about that? That they put in the tile. This is actually a real thing, by the way. These are the things you can learn. They put tiles in that are smaller in grocery stores and stores generally because it makes more noise from your cart, and then you're more likely to slow down, and people who are slower in stores generally spend more money.
The music choice is also
Yeah.
induced to make you walk slower.
Yes.
Because if you're going at like 300 BPM, then you're probably in and out in 10 minutes flat.
Compare the music choice of like a grocery store or major super chain thing versus something like a I don't know, like an A&F, like Abercrombie or some other store that's like really crazy loud because they just want you in and out. You know, you can tell a lot about what a store thinks about its customers based on like the ambiance.
Talking about Abercrombie, I used to work at one. Fucking chain smokers.
Oh my god.
Fucking would play on like repeat. The playlist was only like 90 minutes long, and I was there for 8 hours.
Oh no! Oh, those work playlists. I feel you, man.
Yeah, pull me closer in the back CW Rover.
Look at that cat! Hold on, we got to come out of break for this one. Holy moly, boys! Hold on, that is a.
Django, you gonna be on camera?
Shoot, hold on. Let me get the right one in there. Oh my god, what a handsome man! I just want to be his best friend. I would
I know
literally.
you can only
No,
hear it in
that job's
headphones.
taken.
Oh, my heart.
He darted in here, so he's stuck in here for the second half of the session.
If only we could adopt cats, or have adoptions through our Twitch streams.
Hey, that's
Someday.
that's the dream. We get to the point where we got enough viewers that we can do charity streams. We'll do a charity streams for the Humane Society on rehoming cats.
Oh yeah,
We'll do
boy!
it at a cat
You heard it
cafe.
here
We'll
first.
host D&D at a cat cafe.
Yes!
Special one shot where everybody plays Catfolk.
Oh yeah! Oh yeah! Oh my gosh! Everybody got. If a cat leaves your lap, you get, I don't know, knocked unconscious.
Back to back daunting roars from every single person.
wild magic surge.
Yes.
All right. I think we got everybody back. Jeff's not yellow anymore, so we're doing good.
How's that feeling?
Yeah, it
And my
was a little
son
weird for
says
me
hi to the
see.
cat.
Yeah, I was kind of green and yellow, and then I was normal again.
As you went through some illness stuff here today too, so it's all good.
Quick recovery, barbarian style.
Yep.
If only you're a paladin, you could just be immune to disease or whatever.
Not yet.
Yeah. What level is that? When does that happen for them?
I don't know if I'd let that at all. Could multi-class for that, or a feat, I'm sure.
Disease-free feet, please.
Optimize in chat, please. Oh.
Where are our optimancers?
All right, where we broke off for break, you were being approached by a older male dwarven man in monk robes, reminiscent of a certain person from the majority of the party's past, and appears to be headed for the door. And just like Sadler takes a step back to open up the space that he's been like facing you guys having this conversation. He's just kind of backed up against the wall to make room for this some form of religious figure.
Xedre's just gonna mouth to Selinus. Sorry. And try to catch up with this figure before they head out.
Selinus just gives Xedre a thumbs up.
Yeah, as they pass by, the offers just want to give a slight bow of the head.
Quick question, DM. Would I recognize I obviously don't recognize the robes specifically, but would I recognize a deity connection given the coloration? Is there any?
Yeah.
Yeah. Does he look like he's a?
Yeah, you would recognize it. It's somebody connected with Briora or
Okay.
the church in some way.
Sure. I will give a respectful kind of bow, stay out of the way.
And just nods his head as he continues like walking. You can clearly tell from the impact of the staff that he is leaning on it a little bit as he walks. And he is followed by a few other individuals similarly dressed, but without without the extra level of belt. And if I can find my notes.
Nudge on Kiesel and say, "What was that the we at least one by ourselves."
Sorry, I can't hear what you're saying. You're cutting out.
I said I'm gonna nudge. So why don't you go with Xedre so they have at least two people together?
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. He'll definitely need someone to take care of him. He'll take his glaive and sort of like have it at the ready and sort of like a mimic, sort of like also using it to walk around.
Okay. So the dwarf is followed by female catfolk, about middle-aged, and then there are two younger individuals following like side by side behind them, a female human and a female elf. They both appear to be much younger. And the contingent of four just kind of, politely regard Vault for his bow and stuff, but just start continue making their way to the door.
Xedre would like to catch up and just say, "Excuse me, are you a monk of the Asaphus Monastery out of Okaria?"
Find my notes. Flip too many sheets. I love front and back until it hates me. He just kind of slowly turns, moving his walking stick. Who was that?
I'm sorry.
Hi.
My friend meant hello. I apologize for his lack of manners.
That's fine. Yes, I am with the Asaphus Monastery. You know of it?
Yes, I'm actually from Okaria. My name is Xedre Cicatrius. I'm with the Pyres Crematorium, and I was actually friends with a monk.
Quite familiar with the crematorium.
Yeah. I mean, did you frequent like the water gardens of Briora?
Yeah, any well-respecting member of the monastery, yes, gives good attention to the water gardens. A very peaceful place.
Did you know Master Cybil?
Yes, I knew Master Cybil quite well. You seem to be quite familiar. Did you spend a bunch of time at the monastery yourself, or
I knew
you
Xanathy.
don't look the type, but I mean,
Yeah. I'm not. I knew Xanathy. I don't know if you knew her.
oh yeah, it's Xanathy. Yes, she was one of my pupils. Master Cybil was her mentor, but I mean, I spent a good amount of time training her. I've been down there a very long time. Oh, what are the chances come to a funeral and bringing up a lot of old names?
Yeah.
I haven't heard from her in
said she's
quite some
gonna.
time.
Yeah. She was completing Master Sybil's task and laying down her ashes in six spells. And she got really close, but she hit a little bit of a snag. She's in a coma.
Oh, that's quite unfortunate. She with you, or just like where's she at?
No, she's at the temple in Six Bells.
Oh, are they having any luck helping with that?
Not from what I've really heard. I've tried to be as much help as possible. But if you could go and visit, I'm sorry, this is a funeral. I shouldn't be asking you favors here.
Oh no, that's fine. I'm happy to hear about one of my students. A little bit less happy to hear that she's in such dire condition. I felt pretty comfortable about her capabilities to do well out on her sojourn. That's very distressing. You said they're not having much luck. Don't know if I would have the ability to go there, but I am not one very well versed in healing. But maybe if you could get her to Ashmain. I mean, were you planning on bringing her home?
I didn't know if that was the right thing to do. I mean, Six Bells just has so many resources, but every day I feel like there's maybe a solution on the horizon. Could it be Ashmain? Could it be some other monastery elsewhere? Not quite sure.
Well, I mean, it's a good number of very well-trained herbalists in the monastery. I believe Xanathy's best friend within the monastery was a young student that was dabbling in learning a lot of the herbal arts. Her teachers, educators, if they don't have the answers, I'm sure they could help direct it. And how long has she been in Six Bells at the temple? I mean, how long have they been trying to fix this?
Months at this point.
Oh. I would think if they were going to find an answer, they would have found it by now. Do you know what happened? Oh, I suppose this is probably not the place. Maybe we should have this conversation elsewhere.
I agree. I think my compatriots inside. This is one of my friends, and kind of gesture to Kiesel. I think that yes, we should probably all have a conversation because it's not for me to discuss privately. But I think that you, more than anybody that we've met up till this point, deserves to know, possibly. it's also how we became familiar with Lady Deirdra as well.
Oh, this is quite the interesting coincidence, I suppose, to run into someone that knows one of my former students as well as knowing one of my childhood friends. But yes, maybe we'll be staying at the temple. If you give me your information, maybe we could meet up with you and talk about things. We won't be here long. We'll stay for the funeral services, and then we need to get back as soon as possible. But I would be very interested in if we aren't able to converse a lot here while I'm still here. I feel like it would be worth the chance to look into bringing her to the monastery and seeing if we couldn't work out some answers. And I know a few folks elsewhere that might be able to look into things as well.
Yeah, you obviously look like a master in the monastic ways. Can I ask what title you go by?
I just didn't. Sorry, we didn't do. You introduced yourself. I didn't introduce myself. I'm sorry, Mr. Cicatrius. I am Master Artemis. I'm originally from here in Ergard. Before I joined the monastery, I did my. Me and Lady Deirdra went off and joined the monastery at roughly the same time, and went our different ways. After completing our initial training, she stayed up in Cloud Rest at the Vasabin monastery, and I went south to the Aesopus. That's where I spent my time, but I always like to keep in correspondence with Lady Deirdra. She was a good woman, a good friend. She will be missed. Unfortunate thing of living as long as we dwarves live is having to see so many of our friends pass away before us.
Oh, I must say, you mentioned it was a pleasure to meet somebody who you taught and were friends with, and it's an absolute pleasure to meet somebody that taught one of my closest friends, and also somebody who was a fierce and determined fighter. I've got to go, but I would love to talk later. And Xedre's like slowly like inching back.
Did you? Where are you staying?
I'm more inclined to come and visit you at the temple. I feel like that's probably a safer place for information.
That's
but
fair. That's fine.
The Night Seal Inn, that's where we're located. He's gonna like clench his hand a little bit and just throw it down. I'm really sorry. For Xanathy, could I please have a hug?
Sure, certainly. He kind of just gives you like a half hug.
Oh no, Xedre runs in and like fully embraces.
Yeah, he just reaches the one arm around to kind of like take you in along the side, and then you just like close the gap, and it gets to that uncomfortable moment where you're still holding on strong, and he's just kind of
will give a
pat on the back. But it'll be all right.
He's gonna step in.
It'll be all right.
No, I really appreciate.
I think it's
your.
Go.
Oh,
Go ahead. I was making our exit. Say your goodbye. Say your goodbye.
Xedre will pat, yeah, and he'll walk away. He'll detach.
All right, we'll look forward to seeing you a little bit later. Blessings of Briora on you. May you have a good rest of your day, and sorry for your loss.
I'm sorry for your loss. Blessings the wave on you too. And Xedre's gonna go before he starts crying in front of this dude. Oh.
He'll just nod his head, and you get just little nice, polite, noble nods from the other three individuals. The two in the back are a little bit more less somber, like they don't know how to act. You definitely get a vibe of these are just like really, really low level initiates in the monastery that are getting to go along for basically be servants, learning their place in the world, but still kind of figuring it out. That be more somber in these moments. But they make their way out the door. I will say that for the purposes of you caught up with them, unless you want to say that you waited until they went out the door to catch up with them, that this happened at the door right before they left.
No, I think it can happen at the door.
Just to avoid the cold, snowy outside. So
My sniffles freezing on my face. Yeah, that would be nice to avoid.
But that makes it more dramatic.
I'm not actually going to cry on camera. Sorry.
You get a little drift as they go out the door. You get a little drift of snow comes in as the wind is picked up, and there is a little bit of light precipitation in the air. Very, very light snow and just a light breeze. And a few flakes float in, and one just gently lands on your cheek, and a nice cover up of the melted snow tear. As your attention turns back to the interior of the building, the butler individual, the male dwarf that you were looking for, Selinus, has arrived. It's like, if you're ready now, we could go back.
We're ready now. Just give him a moment.
Oh, that's fine. Is this individual with you? Pointing to Sadler.
He is not.
All right. Sorry, sir. You'll need to wait your turn. There'll probably be more people coming in, although it should be tailing off by now. Whenever you're ready. And you'll just kind of stand there.
I'm gonna give Sadler a fist bump as we leave. I like that guy. Little nod, fist bump to him. He'll recognize as real.
Brownie points with Sadler.
Nice. All right.
Your fear will follow the
So
boat.
we follow. Is he like leading the way?
He's waiting for you to tell him you're ready. So he's just like
Yes.
impatiently just standing there.
Oh my
Like
God.
it's patient. He's being like very, very British, for lack of a better way to put it. Just like uptight. I'm doing my job, but kind of like I'm just standing here. My job is to escort people.
Oh, when Kiesel sees the When Kiesel sees that Xedre's composed himself, he will indicate that the moment has passed, and we can get going.
All right, very well then. Just kind of shuffles off down the hallway. Just follow me, follow me. And it takes you back past a couple doors. Doors are closed, the first couple. The third door you go past is sitting open. There's quite a few individuals inside that room. Just a good hubbub conversation, a little bit of chatting, a good murmur coming off the room. Nothing negative. Honestly, it's fairly decent spirits, but it's not anybody getting like way like, hey, we're winning or we're doing something like really fun in here. Just a matter of trying to keep some positivity to the somber affair. You see several individuals in wheelchairs, not Lady Katisha, but several individuals, human individuals. Somebody give me an investigation.
I'd like
Whoever
to.
wants to be the one inquiring.
Oh no! Wait, we're talking to people.
No, that's not talking. Just like trying to figure out what you're seeing.
Absolutely, would love to do that.
We'll see if you get some more information. But
Hello, investigation. Oh, I was almost a 20. It's a 15.
with a 15, based off your experience with Deirdra and looking at all these individuals, you would guess there's likely these are family members. Continue on down the hallway. butler individual just takes you to the next door, and you walk into a room that is, you'd gather, is some form of a parlor most of the time. There's a couch that seems to have been moved over to the side and to make room for this. It's kind of like a makeshift altar. It's not something that you can clearly tell that it's not a permanent structure in this room, that it's something that's kind of like been wheeled in, but it's set up to look like a altar with flowing cloths coming off the sides. And then Deirdre's body is just laid on the center of it, her arms crossed in front of her in a very peaceful repose. Looks perfectly preserved as a 95-year-old human, not as the Deirdre that you remember, looking more in her 60s. This woman is clearly aged from the last time you've seen her. And she lies there in state. There's a couple individuals that are just like finishing up, viewing the body and then moving on and heading out of the room. And the butler individual just goes, you just take your time, take whatever moments you need with the deceased, and then just, we ask that you quietly leave once you've had your moment. And I will give you your time before I let anybody else into the room. So my condolences with you. And then he just kind of like politely like half bows and backs out of the room.
Before he heads out, could I try to wave him down?
Yeah, he catches attention pretty easily.
Yeah. Hey, I was just wondering, is
Yes.
is there any sort of like coroner who prepared the body, or is that more so like a religious act to be able to preserve it?
The clerics at the temple took care of everything with that. She was residing here at the estate during her last days. She did have some healers at her side, taking care of making sure that she was not in any pain, allowing her to be able to pass peacefully, or as peacefully as possible. And then once she passed, then she was turned over to the clerics to prepare her for her eventual funeral ceremonies.
Okay.
But you do have,
Thank you.
I mean, she died of natural causes. I mean, do you have reason to suspect there was a need for some form of a formal autopsy?
Autopsy? Yeah. Not anything below the skin, but I was actually wondering, and I don't know if you would know this, if the clerics happen to find any sort of odd markings on her body.
I mean, not that I'm aware of. I mean, is there something in particular you're wondering about? I mean, I could inquire.
I think we could probably inquire. I appreciate your help with the matter, but I believe we're already going to be attending the temple. So maybe we can go ahead and ask the clerics there.
That's certainly. I hope you find the answers you're looking for. If there's anything else I can be of assistance with, feel free to flag me down. Again, condolences with you and your compatriots here. Loss of your friend. And then he just like hurriedly just like leaves the room as it gets like a little bit uncomfortable.
Yeah.
You guys are alone in the room with Lady Deirdre's body. Ominous.
Yeah, no, it's a lot to take in. Um, so, is there anything anyone wants to say?
I
I can
I,
start.
very little that I know of her. She seemed like a very good person. The amount of time I spent. Don't know if it's my place.
Deirdra, I regret not getting to really say goodbye. I think that I wish I could have known you better, with you more. I wish you could still be around. Because of everyone I know, you know most about how that damned place worked. Sanity is still there. Regret not getting to say goodbye. Hope that years that you lost, that you were happy in the last couple of months.
Alfred will step up to her. Does she have like any pockets or anything like on whatever she's wearing?
It's not a pocket, but there's a fold in the robe that you could probably tuck something in between the folds of the robe.
Yeah, so he's gonna step up to her, just kind of look over a little bit and be like, "We didn't all get to know you as well as we probably should have. There are still many questions that I feel you probably could answer, but fate said otherwise." And from his necklace, he's got all the bear claws and feathers in. He's gonna pull one of the bear claws out and shove it in that little fold. And be like, "If that were possible, watch over our friend for us."
As you
He's
do
gonna
so, you
kinda-
notice that you're not the first person to stuff something in there. That there's just like there's like a little flower in there and like a little piece of paper that's been folded up nicely.
And as he steps back, he's just gonna hold on to the amulet of Briora that he's got.
Hey, DM, this is a bit of a non sequitur, but I have a question regarding a Brioran thing.
Mhm.
Does Briora have any enemies? Are there like cults or groups that are like anti-Brioran? Like, is there anyone in that kind of
Sure.
category that I would know of?
Do you know of specifically?
Maybe not like a specific sect, but what I would know, like, there are cults or something, or groups, or like I'm not quite sure how.
Yeah, you would
Ask
be
that
familiar. I mean, like you would know that there are the churches, like the major churches, do not like advocate against each other
Sure.
because that's against the pantheon's
Right.
rules. But there are cults that take different approaches. Groups that are less officially connected and more so in name claim to be groups. In particular, you have a book on one, so sitting in
The
your
cult
inventory.
book and all that stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I
So
mean, you
those would
have a
be
book specifically called The Burned in your
in the burn.
inventory.
But
That is a Infernus worshipping cult that is very anti all the other gods.
okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Extremists.
Xedre will go ahead and step up, and he has his notebook out, and he's kind of like flipping through it. He's just going to tear out one of the pages and like look at it. It's his list that has many crossed out names through it, but it is categorized as the fell here, made here, died here list. And he'll kind of fold it up and put it on the center of her chest, kind of tucking it in. slowly to her robes. I still feel slightly suspicious about you, but I know that that's wrong. So I'm sorry about that. We just had to run in with this lady Katisha, and she's probably the one that I really need to be like on about. And if she comes here, I hope that she treats you with the utmost respect. But you were a great companion to not just the folks who are in this room right now, but it looks like you touched a lot of other lives as well. Whatever happens, I hope that it was peaceful in your last moments, because you deserve at least that from what I saw you give us as a group. You deserve a calm respite, and you also deserve to see all of your adventuring companions. So it feels wrong because I'm just leaving you here preserved, but that's the way that that Briora does it. So I will leave it be, and blessings of the wave upon you, Deirdra. And Xedre will go ahead and give a bow and step back.
Issa will walk up and he will stomp his glaive to the ground once, and a tear will roll down his cheek, and he will say, "Now, like everyone else has said here before me, we didn't know you as well as we should have. And there's many other things that I wish that you could have taught us all. You were a leader, and you were someone that I really could respect. But I won't take up any more of your time now." He'll look away from the group and sort of just like move off to the corner. As Alfred will walk out and kneel down by the body, he will sit there and stew for a moment and say, "Well, it's come to this. I really hope that we were gonna see you on the other side. Really hope that things were gonna turn out a little bit different. But this is how it is. It looks like you've made it well for yourself, created a great legacy, and that's something to be proud of." Alfred will clap his hands together, take out his hammer and a piece of flint, and strike it together for a small little fireworks display to not like a joyous like pew pew, but more just like just something that creates more of a glow than a sparkle. After that, he'll get up and sort of trudge back over. He'll look towards the group and say, "I know this is quite a somber moment, and I don't want to come off as disrespectful. I don't think I need to really clarify that for a lot of you, but would would you mind if I tried something? With how everything has gone on since we last saw her, I and I guess with how little we've seen them sort of inspect the body, um, would you mind if I tried to take a look?" sort of see if there's anything.
To what level of detail do you need? On the surface, it seems like a good idea.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't be doing anything. I wouldn't be trying to upset the body in any way. I'm not going to do anything to alter the body. I'm just looking to inspect.
Do you need any help?
Sure, another pair of hands would be always helpful.
As
But
long as we're not
does everyone-
disrespecting Briorn custom,
No,
not to be
I-
blaspheming here. I see no problem with this.
I feel like disrupting the body, in any sense of the word, might be slightly sacrilegious. But I did inquire with the butler about. It was the clerics at the temple who prepared the body. Maybe we could ask there, unless you really feel like they missed something. But I am going to put my foot down that I'm going to have to step out of the room. If you take that course of action, I don't want to stop you. I just don't want to be there when it happens.
If you feel like it's that disrespectful, then I won't do it. I only wanted to do it if, and I'm asking this specifically because I wanted to know what you guys thought about it. But the only thought I had on this was I don't know if they're looking for the same things that we would know to look for.
DM, may
But-
I ask if this would be considered like a sacrilegious act to do this, like for Brioran tradition specifically?
Would
Sacrilegious? No. Disrespectful? Yes.
Okay. I don't want to disrespect my
I
god
mean,
then.
it just think about it as to, and it's not even so much a deity thing. It's just more so of a, if you went to a visitation and started inspecting the body for cause of death,
For sure.
not
Yeah.
quite kosher. And if it helps anything with a decision on what you guys agreed to do, the butler guy comes back to the door. He's got Sadler in tow, and he's just like
Okay.
waiting politely for you guys to have your time before he gives Sadler permission to go up.
I'd like to actually go up to the butler, ask him a question. Excuse me.
Yes.
How is her family doing?
Oh, I mean,
Are they handling this?
this can be expected. I mean, there's it's been gone a long time, so not a whole lot of close connections within the family these days. But
Sure. Who was her next of kin?
I mean, she had her two younger siblings that are both quite aged, and
So no children.
no, no, she did not. That was part of joining the monastery, was to give up those things. Yeah, I mean, her older brother passed away some 8 years ago, and I mean, his children are now in charge of the estate. Lord Balin.
Lord Ba- Is that a name that would at all... Am I gonna recognize it? I don't think I would, but just a chance that I might happen to know Noble.
Oh, and he acknowledges nobility.
I know.
God,
I ain't. Listen, I've been around them. I just ain't one. There's a difference. It's like you are aware of them without being one.
You can give me a history check.
I'd like to also approach because I wanted to speak to the butler as well.
Yeah, my goal here is just to figure out next of kin and if they are available to speak to potentially. Not that I'm asking about that specifically.
Yeah,
That 20 was there.
I know, right? Oh man, my rolls are mundane today.
With a 9, no, you wouldn't know. Not well enough known to be known in Six Bells.
Cool.
Or at least in your circles.
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much for your time, sir. And I will demonstrate that I am giving space for Sadler.
Don't mean to rush you at all. Take whatever time you need.
No, I think we're all done here. I appreciate you giving us the that space. We don't want to take up anyone else's space too.
As we're kind of walking back away from the room a little bit, would it be at all possible to have a meeting with the family? I would like to. I would like to speak with them. I know this would be unusual request, but I would like
I
to.
wouldn't necessarily say it's unusual, but I mean, I would have to go check. Can I give them some information on who you are and
Sure.
why they should grant this audience?
I was just curious if the late Deirdra had spoken about her any of time recently before coming back to the estate. If you check with them, if they know anything about Selinus or Xedre, she had spoke about any of us. I would like to meet the family. I would be more than happy to wait here.
Yeah, I could inquire as to that. Give me a persuasion.
Boy, okay. Come on.
See how charismatic Selinus is.
Dude, he's so charismatic.
He's usually pretty charismatic, so
It's gonna be so clean and easy.
Okay. It's pretty good.
It's not bad.
18 is pretty good.
Yeah, if you just want to wait back in the foyer, I
Of
will
course.
inquire and see if anybody knows those names. And he goes and he digs in his pocket quick and pulls out a little scrap of paper, and he's got a little piece of a little graphite, kind of like a pencil, but not a pencil, but just something that he could scribble with quickly. It's just what were the names again?
Meeting a Selinus. Or
Okay.
Selinus or Xanathi.
Selinus Xanathi. Yes, I will look into that, and I will be right back with you. Give me a few moments. They are all busy in conversations with the other family members.
Appreciate you taking your time to do this.
Certainly, not a problem.
As he walks out this way, I'm realizing that there is a chance that she does not remember anything from inside the inn, anything else from the dream. That could be a little bit awkward.
Well, I mean, there's nothing else we have to go on.
I mean,
She either
true.
remembers or she doesn't.
True.
Sadler's having his moment with Deirdra. You guys exit, head back to the foyer.
I will
Yes.
follow.
Yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
button.
We'll
Okay.
exit and give him his space.
Okay. He's not in there very long before he comes back out, and while you're still waiting for the butler individual to come back, he just kind of Sadler gives you guys all waves. Yeah, you guys got a party name or something like that. You know, if I ever hear about stories of such and such, I can say, yeah, I met him. I'm sorry, I just kind of
No,
I like to get to know people.
it's no problem. We're under the name Cybil's Spear.
Ooh, that's cool. I like it. Yeah. great to meet you. He goes like try and shake everybody's hands. Like,
I'll shake his hand again.
I look forward to hearing tales of you know, awesome things you do. And yeah, if you ever, you know, need somebody who's like good with some quick with the hands, picking some locks, you know, that type of stuff, upper floor work, I'm your guy. You know, I'd love a chance to, you know, audition a little bit, show you what I could do. Oh man, I'm sorry. I probably shouldn't be saying that at a you know funeral thing like this. I'm sorry, my bad. Don't think ill of me. Let's just like rewind. Yeah. Anyway, we'll see ya.
We'll get like super close up to this guy and like, how tall is this guy?
Average height.
That's 10.5, obviously.
Kiesel will stand nose to nose, eye to eye, or forehead to forehead.
Average to average.
Exactly. Average height. You'll go, do you know what you're getting into? Do you know what are you prepared for? What are you prepared to do?
That
Can
is
you
a
kill
Kiesel.
someone?
That's a Kiesel.
If I need you to kill someone, will you kill someone?
Kiesel,
Tell me right now, will you kill someone?
Kiesel, get off the poor man.
I need him to. If I need him to kill someone, I need him to kill someone.
So you are perfectly good at killing people, and we are at a funeral.
How many?
Well,
Yeah, where?
hey.
How many people are around this conversation happening? Kiesel. Oh my. Oh my, Kiesel.
The family's coming down.
No, please no.
This guy for real? I mean, like,
Sadler.
yeah, you guys are awesome. I'm sorry. Sorry. Oh,
I have a question for you, actually. What are your going rates?
I mean, I just whatever things are paying. I mean, pretty much take whatever work comes my way.
I have a very small and easy job I need done, and it would be a good test for someone like you.
Oh, sure, man, that'd be awesome. You know, like you need like go hunt down a monster, or
Oh,
like
much
you know,
more
go to trees
mundane
and
than
stuff.
that, my friend.
Oh,
But no less
okay,
important.
yeah, sure.
No less important. I have recently signed a small contract with a pair of less well-intentioned brigands. And I would like to make sure they are upholding their end of the bargain. A very simple job. If you wouldn't mind, would you check in with the Temple of Briora and look for both Z and Phylecia? Additionally, I would like, if possible, for you to get the name of the head of the monastery or temple here in town. And if you can, just do this in the next, say, 24 hours before we leave town. We'll be here for a few more days. It should be enough time for you to check in, come back to us. Where are we staying? What's the name of that place again?
Night Seal.
Night Seal.
And then just bring that information to us at the Night Seal Inn.
Oh, yeah, come on. I mean, this is like no problem. I can do this. This
How
would
much?
be great.
How much do you feel like that is worth? What is reasonable for you?
I mean, like, you know, sure, like gold piece be great. You know,
How about 2 and you
I'm
take it
sorry, that's
serious?
probably asking too much. I mean, like,
And I'll get 2 gold piece out, and I'm just gonna put them in his hand and say, 2 gold should be sufficient. Take it serious, and I'll see you soon.
Oh heck yeah! This is awesome. And he's like, sorry, yelling down the hallway as he like quickly like exits, makes his exit, and gets out of there.
I will mark down that I've lost 2 more gold. Very eventful day.
Invested,
Invested,
not
absolutely.
lost. Invested.
Well, I don't know about that first group. That
Stock and Sadler.
Yeah. Stock and Sadler, let's go, Bo. Well, we can send him to Maidenthorn for us if we need to scout. That guy would do
You could have him
anything.
pick up the poison. That could be part 2 of the
Dude.
audition.
Listen, all he has to do is he just gets it done, and then we know whether or not this guy can do mundane shit. You know, we just one step at a time. One step at a time. I like this guy.
He picks up the poison. We pick up an empty crate. We take it across, and we investigate and see who tries to open the crate. Meanwhile, the whatever is inside the crate is actually safe with Sadler.
Yeah! Dude, Sadler's gonna be so OP. This is gonna be great. This is so great. Thank you,
to
DM.
repeat that. I'm not sure I followed the thought process.
So
Oh.
we're hauling a bunch of liquor, right?
Air quotes will be.
Booze.
This is obviously out of character conversation, not happening in earshot of any of the NPCs, I assume, just to be clear for our DM so that we're not getting ourselves into bad trouble in a funeral. Hey guys, we're smuggling here.
Yes, I am talking as not Alfred.
Not Alfred. Yeah, I figured. I just want to
I
be
just
clear.
figured it was Kiesel.
See, we gotta
Ah,
be
just
clarifying
would.
here. He didn't have his
He's
glaive
always the
hand out.
Gray.
There was no
Yeah,
glaive
sorry.
hand. We have Kiesel, Alfred, and Dustin. All right, thank you. That is everything for me. I'm very happy this turn of events.
Okay, as in about 10 minutes of just standing there, nobody else coming in the door, gather that it is approaching dusk outside. You've been in here a while. And finally, the dwarven butler comes hurrying back over to you. Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't get your name, Selinus.
My name is Selinus.
Oh, okay, so you were the first name on that list. Yes, I did inquire as to anybody hearing those names. None of the family seemed to know anything. To be fair, not a lot of them had much interaction with her after she came back. Yeah, so sorry, not of any help there. That nobody knows you, I suppose.
That is fine. That was a scenario that I thought might have happened. I appreciate you taking your time. Is there just one other question? If you might
Yes.
know, do you know if when she returned, if it was alone or was she with her fellow adventurers?
When she was brought to the house, by an elven woman, some sort of friend of hers.
I don't know if she's still around.
I mean, I haven't seen her in over a month. She was here. She brought her here, got her situated, and then said she had business to attend to, and she would come back when she could.
Thank you so much for your time and we very much appreciate it.
Certainly. Again, condolences on the loss of your. I'm sorry, I don't mean to impose, but most of you seem like did you just like recently encounter her? I mean, you're all a bit young.
No, yes, we encountered her in if the timeline is correct, just a couple of months before she returned here.
I'm sorry, the timeline is correct. I'm too
sorry.
confused.
I'm sorry. If
It's okay.
She-
Sorry,
she-
he speaks like that sometimes. He's just
if-
a little off.
if she had returned here past a couple of months,
Don't worry about him.
We encountered her very recently before she
Salinas.
returned here.
Alfred will
We're
start
still
playing all with
going.
Selinus. Jesus Christ, Selinus.
All right. Again, thank you for visiting. Condolences with you on the loss of your friend. And you have a good evening. Just stay warm. It's a bit brisk outside. Looks like the snow has picked back up again. Thank you for attending. I'm sure it means a lot to the family that so many of you came out to pay your respects.
Right. Thank you so much for having us. We'll be going now.
And yes,
Let's
100%.
leave. Yes.
Just get out of here.
All right. You head back out into the nice light wind, swirling some snow on the ground. Not a whole lot, just basically flurries coming down. Just get the nice little dance of snowflakes out in the street as you are directed by the male guard you had talked to when you came in. Directs you around the corner to say, "You can get your horses over there," and gives you like a little valet ticket type thing to go pick up your horses, and sends you on your way. Head back to the inn.
Sure. Hop on them horses,
I
boys.
believe so.
Yeah.
Okay. You make your way back to the inn. Still pretty dead quiet there. We're now, we'll say, between your travels and getting there and the wait and everything, about an hour and a half has passed before you get back. So just got a little bit of sunlight as the sun begins to set off in the west. Get that nice glow over the top of the Granite Mountains way out to the west of here. You just barely see the tips of them. They're pretty far away, but within enough range that you can still see them, and they provide this nice outline as you get the purplish and orange hues of the sunset coming down, and that light dancing on those snowflakes and glistening off of the snow as you trench through it on your horseback and make your way back to the Night Seal Inn, entering an empty tavern with the exception of Narcisse and Brendel, who are playing some cards and keeping entertained, as it is just completely dead. Apparently word's gotten around that there was some commotion here the night before, and that it may not be the best place to be at least for the time being. So to be fair, it wasn't an overly busy place the first time you came in anyway, but...
Can we inquire with Narcisse about the other members of that had worked there that had been like not coming to work, like been sick and stuff? Has anyone contacted her in the last day-ish, 2 days?
Yeah, she's checked in on these people to see if you checked in, because she gave you the little list.
Yeah, we have not done that yet.
Weston was the owner.
Mm-hmm.
Get my little list here.
Yeah, I wanted to, like if they hadn't checked in, that's going to be on my task list in the back of my head to go to their houses and follow up on that.
Yeah, she would inform you that she checked in with Weston. He expects to be back to work tomorrow. He seems to be doing fine. Just some respiratory issues, was having some trouble with some breathing. Don't know if it really was connected to what was going on or if it was just completely something unrelated and there was a cold going through the crew here.
Mm-hmm.
And then there was the waitress Garcina, was the other one that was missing. And she had also given you 2 other names, I believe, that the list that Selinus got was the owner, the waitress, and then she said something about there being 2 other people. And so there was Oksana, who is the other waitress, and Daryl, the brewer's assistant. All of them seem to be fine. And Daryl, brown bottle flu, was not anything to do with anything else. He just jumped on the chance to
I love it.
take a night off and call it, I've been ill, and just had a little bit too much fun. So
okay. So it looks like
everybody seems to be okay.
Oh, good. So we don't have to follow in on that. Lovely. Well, thank you to her for following up on that.
And she also does not report that there's been any further incidents. She hasn't heard anything from downstairs. She hasn't went downstairs. She's staying out of there because she said keep it locked up. So she's kept it locked up. She opened the kitchen because you guys said she could, but there's been one customer other than Brendel all day long. So,
well, I guess while we're mucking around, I'll just go down there and just do a quick run through the basement, little action search, dash action-y, super search.
Issa will walk in behind you.
Yeah, we'll just. I want to make sure this business is not damaged for our existence and helping them.
No, everything seems fine. Seems exactly the same way you had left it when you guys came out of it the night before.
Nice.
Everything seems to be on the up and up. The clear streaks are starting to gather a little bit of dust after 24 hours. And no evidence of any nuclear streaks that anything else has gotten loose and terrorizing the cellar here. So
Awesome. Well, I'll go up and inform Narcisse that everything's cool. Operate as normal. We good. Just Well, now that that is sorted and we're back to normal here, what's next for us?
I think it would be good to leave a letter here for Ivana.
Where did we start?
I mean, not really much else to. We have to check in with the owners, with the staff at the inn. I guess tomorrow. Sorry, did you get? What did you hear from the monk?
A lot. No, he was one of the one of the masters at the monastery where Xanathy studied. So he knew Cybil, and he had said that Deirdra was actually one of his close friends. That they both started their kind of like monastic journey together. But he mentioned that they didn't go to the same monasteries because he went to the Asaphist monastery, and then she went to the Vossapin monastery up in Cloudrest.
Cloudrest. Oh.
Oh, yeah, it was Cloudrest. If I'm being completely honest, I knew that. And Xedre will like open up his notebook.
I will also open up my journal and just kind of flip through the pages a little absent-mindedly, kind of like looking down like...
Alright, Selinus, there's a lot of clouds. I would get confused as well.
Anyway, what did he say?
Well, he was originally from Agod, and then he and Deirdra joined around the same time together. But whenever I talked with him, it was a little bit selfish, but I talked a little bit more about Xanathy, and he recommended that we move the body to Ashbane. Hopefully there's some healers that can go ahead and help out with her condition there. But he seemed to know Deirdra.
Not in the past 3 or so years. Rarely anyone has. Other than
Yeah, but
us and his the other people in the inn.
I feel like it's important that we go and research about these other party members, though, because hey, I'm really sorry. He was really eager, and I really appreciated being around him. But was that guy's name Adler?
Sadler, yes.
Right. Okay. So he was talking about them like they were like these legends and everything, and he, correct me if I'm wrong, did say that a lot of them had already passed.
I believe he did say something along those lines. It struck me as a bit curious.
Definitely, I'm thinking that several of them are seeing in action. Oh no.
Well, besides that, no one
What are
seems
the
to have
odds
heard of
if you
Ivana.
die in the dream, your body still in the real world also dies?
Could you repeat that question? Sorry, I think I was lost in my notes.
What are the odds, do you think, if you die in the dream, that your real body dies back in the real world?
I would suspect nearly 100%.
Makes pretty sadistic sense for what we were dealing with.
And Ivana did say that a number of their party members died in the inn. Perhaps their bodies were found dead, or assumed to be deceased in the line of venturing.
Well, that is a very interesting speculation. You know, we could test that theory by finding the rest of the adventurers. Whoever, Ivana or others, we know by process of elimination. I assume they would know of each other's whereabouts, and the next one we find would probably help us much more than at least the butlers at the Arpad estate did.
I think that perhaps, depending on once we get with this, with the funeral.
I heard a cat.
Once we practice 6 spells, perhaps, if you think it's wise, perhaps we could. Next destination should be Ashmain.
Nah, I'm not too keen on that. I can probably arrange the transport myself. But I will say that I kind of did maybe give a little bit of like a teaser about what exactly has been going on, and might have dropped that the same way that we knew about Deirdra is also what was kind of implicating Xenothi's condition. But I really think that this this master is like a really good person, and I know that
he works for Briora, obviously.
Well, yes, but I just think that we should probably all attend the temple so that we can go ahead and maybe bring him in on what exactly happened. His name was Master Artemis.
Sure, I trust your judgment. I mean, the church already knows about what's going on. You already told them. Should be fine.
I know, but I'm trying to be a little bit more democratic, and I wanted to go ahead and open it up to all of you. There was a little bit that I gave, but I didn't want to tell the entire story because it implicates all of us.
I appreciate your discretion, and I think that if we can get another audience with Master Artemis, could prove fruitful for us maybe figuring out our next steps regarding the troubles over our heads. I like the idea a lot. We have time tomorrow. Why not? Is he still staying in town?
He's staying at the temple. So if we want to ask those clerics who prepped the body, and if we want to check in on
Z and Phylecia.
your individuals, exactly.
Oh, this is
we can hit.
Nicely tied bow for all of our goals. How convenient.
Almost all of the
Blessings
goals.
of the tide are on us now.
I just want to go back to that story that Sadler was telling us about the shadow creature that was like in a tomb outside of that like archfolk place.
Yes,
He
he called it a
of here.
dust strangler, I believe. Or dusk strangler? Was it dusk or dust, DM?
Dusk Mangler.
Mangler. Okay, definitely not what I wrote down. Thank you for the clarification. I had dust strangler. Like, how did you strangle
The
dust?
hash slinging,
Yes.
mash slinging.
Mash.
Dusk Mangler. Okay. Glad I put the question mark.
Did that sound maybe possibly adjacent to something that we've experienced before?
You know,
I just
I
wanna
felt
put
the
that out
same
there.
way. It seemed like it was rhyming with our own history. Actually hit quite home.
Do you think that we faced that was like that?
That large shadow beast before we exited the tavern, and I look around it like, Brindell and and Narcisse. What are they doing in this moment? Are they like listening to this conversation like intently, or any other patrons that may?
No, they're still playing cards. Okay.
I
just like.
Cool.
Brindell's in pretty deep at this point.
Nice.
He's used most of the money you gave him for food the day before.
Brindell, stop losing your money, dummy.
They're fun. It's all good fun.
I could understand the similarity.
I'm not sure I would describe
Just-
what we thought really as shadowy.
That and beside the fact,
Definitely not
you
something that
mentioned
would be banished, originally banished by something radiant that I can produce. It didn't seem, what we thought did not seem to react especially to any of the things I hit it with.
Then, beside the fact, he mentioned Klingler being there in the fight, and by that point, Klingler was already long gone.
This way just is, but I just worry if figuring out about what exactly they did with the Greenet Ravens could serve as some sort of foil for what exactly it is that we're going through. That's not a good thing, by the way. I don't know how we prevent us not falling into the same traps when we kind of have, just kind of out of order.
Do you mean like falling into the dreamer's realm again?
Yeah, I mean we don't have any.
We can't prevent that. No. A being of this power we're not prepared for yet. Clearly. I mean, it fooled my senses. I walked into a nothingness and thought I was somewhere else.
But I really do think that it's bound by certain rules. I think that it's I really do feel like it's tried to stop us, but it was along the same, like, followed the rules of the game, so did it. I'm really wondering if we played fair and square and still got out, if it can't necessarily drag us back in against our will.
How? While I think that you're probably onto something, one small wrinkle here is that how did we get sucked in the first place? That is to me one of the, we have no idea of this mysterious being's intent other than for self and Alfred to do a favor, which is a bit scary. And we don't know how we all got bound into this. So, while I would love to believe that there might be some defense against this, I don't think we have it yet. Though the Granite Raven, what was the name of this group again? Granite, what is it? Ravens. Okay, I was gonna say Granite Ravens, and then I was like, is that right? After the Dusk Mangler, the Granite Ravens may actually be able to serve some lead, at least in tracking down allies of Miss Arpad, and additionally, we at least could meet good folk that we may need to call upon later. I don't believe that we've done all that is necessary to prepare ourselves yet.
I think Damon's a pretty good resource. I mean, I want to learn a little bit more. She wasn't most talkative whenever we met her group the first time, and I also didn't know that she's kind of the one who's a big deal. But I feel like whatever Sadler was saying, her like tragic backstory that she went through, maybe there's something there, and maybe there's a kinship that we can foster into having another powerful ally.
Truly, friends of friends, right? One question that kind of comes to mind is, if we could meet the people who met her before she passed, maybe they would have heard some stories she told. And maybe any of the most recent stories may give us an indication of where she came from to come back here. Find where she was dragged in, so to speak, to the tavern. Maybe we would get a clue there.
I think I was trying to have something to talk with the family, but it really seemed like they didn't talk too much with Deirdra, and perhaps she did not share. And after shared what happened to her.
Well, consider what that would mean. If she doesn't share it with that family, then probably we shouldn't either. think keeping our cards close to our chest would be a bit advantageous when dealing with the offspring of the older brothers of the deceased. I don't know how familiar you are with the ugliness that can happen around funerals, but in these estates, there's often quite a bit of a battle over resources, money, and who gets the land. I would hate to drag us into the middle of that.
Well, if we can't invest.
I was just going to say, I think our best bet is just to get in contact with Ivana as the best we can.
The
Yeah,
Granite
if we
Ravens may
can't
have a
invest-
lead there.
we can't investigate the present. We should focus on the past. So talking with Artemis, which is something that I would like our entire group to do,
Yes.
and then we can all do those activities that we had talked prior about. Maybe some people feel like they want to research a little bit more, but I would still like to go visit those druids. I have quite a few more questions that are not just recreational.
Wonderful. Anyone else have anything to add to the agenda? I know that I will be waiting for Sadler at some point to return, and should the lad prove useful, then the Granite Ravens may as well. And I would like to assume that there would be potentially a chance to speak with them and find any information. Maybe they know where Ivana is at this moment.
Well, hopefully one of them does. Just Saddler didn't seem to recognize that name.
No, he did not. He
Which-
seems like a young lad. I say that as
Well,
like a
if Ivana was part of the group, you would think the name would be known, but it brings other questions to mind.
That's
He
a-
said that
excellent point.
she didn't join until later.
Well, there are at least a fair number of questions for a motley group. And who knows, maybe we could find a lead that would lead us down an avenue useful there. I still think the Granite Ravens are worth checking into, and if it would be necessary, I'd be happy to spearhead that investigation. I
would-
agree that Master Artemis is good to meet. Have the Druids Grove for you to go to, and I still need to test out this, and I'm gonna like start jiggling again. Ooh.
Okay, if I just out of character questions, but if I'm following everybody correctly here, we are looking at trying to follow up some leads with the Granite Ravens and with Master Artemis on your empty day.
Seems like it. I'll
Okay.
agree. That sound good?
With that in mind, I think that is probably as good a place as any that we will push that to next session rather than starting up a bunch of roleplay stuff when we're already at the sweet spot as to where we shoot for time. So, but I would say your evening is pretty much completed at this point. You guys had a nice conversation. Brendel's lost most of his money. You guys, Vault's anxious for daylight to be able to fire a couple shots with this crossbow and try it out. And we have a few things on the agenda for the next day. As you all, any last minute conversations before you retire for the evening for get a second long rest without having to do anything in between them. That's just crazy.
I got one thing. I want to do a little prayer before I go to bed to Briora, and along the same lines as the prayer from the previous day, without asking for it, I just kind of want to be like, yo, Briora, I mean, obviously not yo, but like, just out of character here.
Yeah.
Yo,
Hey,
God, hey.
However informal you are with her,
Yeah,
that's your
listen,
call.
no. Well, it would be very religious about this and beautiful, but it would be along the lines of, am I going the right angle here? Like, am I doing your will? I really want to figure out with Briora, and this would also be my question later. Am I doing Briora's will? That's very important to me. So we'll go to bed
All right.
thinking about that. Bring it to her.
I have one more thing. when we go to bed, I'd actually like to go up and knock on Vault's door.
Okay.
You're greeted by some good loud snoring from Brendel and
Yes.
Vault answering the door.
Put my little suit coat on and come to the door. Liz, I dress fast. I don't know about y'all, but that's like an action. I'm 6 seconds. We're hopping into them pants. Anyway, okay, answering the door here. Oh, Selinus.
Yes, I hope I did not wake you up.
Oh goodness, just a happy set of prayers. How can I help you?
Well, I just wanted to look in. I don't know how to put this in a not awkward way. Could I check behind your ear really quickly?
Oh, like my right one. Do you have something in mind? Surely. Why don't you tell me while you look? Is it any different? I've been checking with these mirrors, but to be honest, it's a little confusing to use the mirrors to look behind. And what do you see?
DM, is it any different?
Nope.
All right. I wanted to check and make sure that it hadn't grown or changed.
Has it?
No, it appears to be the same.
Oh, good. Good.
This is
Raise the
This
tides.
is something that I'm worried about, and it's something that I want to Cybil quickly because of. So we've sort of hit the snag with these general. I was honestly debating after we were able to go say our respects privately of just saying we should maybe leave. No, I think we should stay, but want you. I'm rambling. I'm sorry. I just want you to know that I want to be here to help support you with this. If you need help, I want to be able to help.
Thank you. You know, you have quite the potential to develop extraordinary talents and abilities. You've been blessed by the gods. And your shared resources and power, and friendship even, are absolutely welcome in these trying times. Like fresh water when you need to drink. Thank you.
Appreciate it. If you have another dream like that, wait a month to tell the rest of us.
That is a very fair request. I will do my best, and if anything changes, if anything comes up of that nature, then I will for sure be forthright with everyone, yourself included.
Right.
You deserve that.
Good night.
You as well. Do you need any tea or anything?
Oh no, I'm all right, but thank you.
Okay, wonderful. Well, I'll finish my cup, and then I will be heading off to bed.
Good night.
Hey, and I'll shut the door, and I'll go back, grab a little teacup, just finish off the last, like, cold sip or whatever was probably at the bottom of it, and put myself in bed.
I'm good. I got anything else?
Okay. Xedre, Alfred, Kiesel.
Is there still somebody downstairs at the bar?
Narcisse.
Narcisse. Yeah, Xedre would like to approach and just ask her, could I possibly get like a flight of your like strongest alcohol?
Sure, certainly. Anything for you. Just really helped me out of a pickle. It's like any preference or just like
Really knock you off your feet stuff. Right, is that what it's called? Paint?
Well, no,
Oh,
I mean,
shit.
just like we colloquially just kind of call it as like a stuff peel paint off a wall. I mean, it's not it's strong. There's not a
Let's
whole lot
take
of
a
taste
step-
to it, but
a
it
step
does the
down.
job.
A step down from that, maybe like a little bit of flavor, like a little bit of like I don't know, like sweet notes.
I got you covered. Yeah. She goes and just like picks through some bottles underneath the counter. Just holds up a finger. Just give me a moment. Yeah, there it is. Like reaching her dwarf arm as far as she can underneath it. Pulls out this bottle. It's got clear bottle with like a reddish liquid. It looks like it's about 2/3 full. The bottle looks fairly dusty. Like this is not a common request, but don't use a lot of this. But yeah, just about perfect. Just a little bit of some strawberry flavor, but it is really, really strong. It'll goes down smooth, and so will you.
Okay. Is it okay if I take the glasses up to my room?
Yeah, I suppose that's okay. Yeah, that'd be okay.
Well, wait, Narcisse, how are you doing?
Oh, I'm fine. It's been kind of a, I mean, no offense to your Packadeer friend, but it's been a pretty quiet day here, and I am not used to that. So I was kind of looking forward to the company, but it's okay. It's perfectly fine. I mean, if you want to send, Kiesel down, that'd be cool too. But you seem like a nice fellow. Just thought it'd be kind of nice to spend some time with somebody. Yeah, kind of thought maybe it seemed like you could just use a friendly ear. Maybe a rough day?
Yes, but you know what? They're just gonna slap the top of the bar. I'm here to drink, so let's do it. You should grab yourself a glass too.
She's already on it, just like setting them up and setting out like 6 of them and pouring shots. So just going all the way across the counter, just that little bit of dribble going in between, and filling up a good sized portion for each of you. And she just like mimics anything you do. You go to grab, she goes to grab, and just gonna join you in doing shots. So
He'll go ahead and put his hand like over the glasses before we even start and say. So, yes, it's fun to drink sometimes, I suppose, but yeah, it was a pretty heavy day, and talked a lot about one of my friends who kind of just bottled up the feelings about for a bit. So, if you wouldn't mind, there's kind of a special, almost ceremonious way that I'd like to do, if that's okay.
sounds great. I like learning new things.
Great. So this ritual is done in worship to Briora, to cleanse the impurities in the body, and to make yourself clean from inside out.
I'm game.
Xedre's going to do his best to try to mirror the ritual that Xanathy used to complete, and hopefully Narcisse copies them as well.
She is like just completely watching your every move, like watching, okay, what are you doing with your hand? What exactly are you doing? And she does a pretty good job of mimicking your efforts. Give me a performance check, I suppose, as to
Okay.
how well you do in
Con-based
replicating.
Xedre's very much like slapping himself on the face, psyching himself up for this, and he is going to use guidance.
It's been a while, so
Yeah.
To learn this
So
ritual too.
performance, and then I'll go ahead and roll my d4.
Oh.
And then
Yeah,
I'm gonna
guidance.
go ahead and use. I'm gonna
It's
go ahead
so-
and use my favor. I don't have inspiration, but
Oh, no.
I can use that d4. In the name of Briora.
There it is.
Hey.
Listen, blessings
So
of the
that has
tide.
to roll quite a lot more
Yeah.
than 5.
12. I would say you feel like you've hit it. That this is a replication. You guys did this enough together to know it pretty well that this shouldn't be a tough thing to try and remember. So I'd say with a 12, you do pretty well.
Xedre will go ahead and finish up with her and say, I should probably go ahead and get Kiesel for you, right, Narcisse?
No, we're having a good time. I'm here. If you want to talk about things or if you just want to have a good time. Not talking about things.
I appreciate it. I think I'd rather sit with it for a little while.
All right.
See how it feels, and I'm looking forward to it because there's a really great context that we have that I think is going to answer a lot of questions.
Terrific. That is great. I am... Stuff hits pretty good.
Institutions.
You doing okay? Doing fine? Con save?
What? Xedre's just like double vision slightly, and then we'll just see if he recovers from it or not.
Yeah, he
Whew.
does. Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
Briora's got your back, baby.
Yeah, I'm doing pretty all right. Sorry.
All right.
Whoa.
And yeah, you make your way through the first couple. Like I said, there were 6 set out to begin with, or 3 apiece. And she'll, if you go through those 3, she'll offer to just like keep pouring as long as you stay down there. And just kind of just chit chats about like really mundane, simple things from her life and things she's seen in the tavern. Nothing of any like note. It's just kind of a calming distraction. It's nothing that requires you to get deep in thought, but it's just enough to get you out of your own head.
Does she mention anything about a relationship that is ongoing?
No.
Good. She's not a cheater. I love it. Shout out to Narcisse.
No,
Yeah.
it's very like low level. She talks a little bit of gossip about a couple of the waitresses that haven't been in, and just like who's seeing who and who's been like done some like untowards, like really really minor low level, nothing like criminal, just like, hey, I got some dirt on so and so, because honestly in her life that's as exciting as it gets most of the time. I mean, it's just those mundane things that we all have in our lives. It's like, you remember this one student that did this one thing, or there was this one coworker that did this one thing, and yeah, that was entertaining for her to say. Not really entertaining for you, but it's just it just passes the time. How many rounds you go?
Let's go ahead and go the first initial 3, and then we'll go ahead and do a second round.
All right, give me another con save for after the third one. That first con save was after 2. I assumed you had drank enough with Xanathy, you could down 2.
Oh, man.
Yeah. Okay. Then let's go.
You got this.
Oh no,
maybe
I don't.
not.
Absolutely not.
Oh no, down.
It was
Yeah,
like an 18.
It's your call. You're definitely to that. Yep, that's you're wavering. It's a little bit of sour stomach, but more so just a matter of you start to see. Am I drinking with one person or 2 people?
Yeah.
How many drinks are left on the table?
Xedre can't count. I hope he'll just put his hand up and say, "Okay, I'm gonna probably have to call it for tonight." I hope that's okay.
Yeah, that's still. You guys like took your time getting to that third one. You got that first one in immediately. Performed the ritual, went through that, got that shot down, let that burn for a little bit, and then moved on to the second one a little bit later. So I'd say you probably were down there for like a half hour, 45 minutes, like slowly working your way through these 3 shots. But yeah, it's been a bit of a rough day. Obviously, you've slept most of the day, so you guys were probably could have chatted in the tavern for quite a while before you guys actually felt tired, since you slept till 3:30 in the afternoon.
Yeah.
But you also never took any time to really eat anything after that one big meal that you grabbed afterwards, and however much you actually took in at that time. A little bit light in the stomach. The shots hit you, and you feel like you could crash pretty easy.
Yeah. Xedre will go ahead and like pull out the staff and kind of like hold it in his hand, and it's kind of like moving around as he's just talking to nurses. Are you doing okay? Because if you need to, I can go ahead and like fix you up. Perfectly fine.
No, I'm fine. Hope you have a good night. Hope took
Cool.
mind off things, and thanks for the company.
Of course, I appreciate it. And you know, Kiesel's a really good guy, and I think that you should absolutely give him a chance. I feel like
Blushes a little.
Xedre's like just looking all around and like isn't even making eye contact at this point. I feel like you should probably make a move on him. I feel like he would appreciate that kind of move. You know what I mean?
You think?
I don't know.
Yeah. She's kind of like picking up, her dwarven constitution. She did fine. She's still okay. It's just like, maybe let's pick this back up tomorrow. You okay getting upstairs? Do you want some help?
Yeah, no, I'm fine. As long as we can leave this in at the end of the day and we're not like stuck in it, that's fine. And Xedre will like get up and start like walking towards the stairs.
You're funny. Yeah, and she just watches. Give me a dex save for how good you do going upstairs.
Yes!
With disadvantage, since
Let's
you did roll a 2 on your con save.
Okay.
Is he going to fall up the stairs?
Not bad. With a 10, you can do stairs. You do okay. She hears just like a slight thud as you like leaned into the wall a little bit hard, but you make your way upstairs and turn in for the evening. She calls up to just check that you're okay on the one time you ran into the wall, but hearing no response or yeah, fine, whatever it is, she just like, okay, leaves you alone. And you retire for the evening. Jofredir, Alfred?
Alfred will do his nightly ritual of a small prayer to Infernus. Nothing too out of the ordinary. He will take a little bit of extra time and if there's any sort of like I guess pan or somewhere that would not be untoward, so leaving a lot of soot and ash, he would want to like take some incense or whatever he has and like burn it and like really reflect on the funeral or the passing of the life.
Okay. There's a wash basin in your room that you could probably just, drop the ash into the water, make sure it's harmless at that point, and pour a little water in it, cover up your campfire.
Yeah,
Okay.
just wanting to make sure that, and also a small mental apology for his thoughts, not his acts, but his almost acts.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Earmuffs. Briefly for everybody but Alfred.
Oh!
Jeez, crazy! Oh
Good
no!
luck, Bobby!
Earmuffs are secrets for things that the other players don't need to know or shouldn't know unless the player bothers to pass them along. So viewers at home, you do get to know these things. And yeah, Alfred, drift off to sleep. Have a fairly restful sleep, dreamless, throughout most of it until you have a very familiar dream during your last rest. Little juxtapositioning of scenes, because we did do that at the end of last episode, even though we went back and had you guys do the travel part. So the same figure that was in your dream last time. You're sitting on a log in a forest, a little babbling brook going past you, and that same figure is sitting next to you and again reaches out and just like holds your hand for a moment and then picks his hand up and just like passes it over the lower part of your abdomen, about where the shard went into you. It should be safe there. Probably best you leave it alone.
What happens if I don't?
Oof. Anybody's guess. That's honestly lucky that you didn't destroy it.
Is it good for me?
He goes and he takes his hand, like puts it up alongside your head, like almost like he's gonna brush your hair back, but he doesn't touch you. Just like puts it about 2 inches away from your head. It's like, you feel that? Got a little bit of a sensation? Oh, come on. You're a smart one. Feeling a little bit smarter? A little bit more agile? I mean, you only have part of it. But part of it's better than none of it. And he basically conveys to you, and you're able to basically insight and identify out of this, that you now have a +1 to intel.
That's
Proficiency in acrobatics. But as the drawback, just like the Eye of Infernus had, you have disadvantage on stealth checks. Because as you walk, your feet naturally clunk a little bit louder every time that you step, as there is a little bit of a thunder boom with every step that you give, which prevents you from being able to be stealthy as you walk with the thunder of Zephora. That being said, you intuit that you could probably maybe use that to your advantage in certain occasions, even though it is, technically a drawback, just like the burning plants. Obviously, there could be opportunities where burning plants could be a good thing. But inadvertently, there's lots of times where you don't get to control it, that it's there. But yes, so those are the 3 abilities that you will have for as long as it is stuck in your body. You know that this is a connection that as long as you contain this, you have these abilities. You don't know why you know this. It's just like as this being passes its hand over your head, it's just like clicks in your head that, oh, yeah, I feel smarter. I feel like I could, maybe, do some acrobatic moves that you couldn't do before.
can do a backflip.
Yeah. So I will put all those things into the combat tracker, just like the Eye of Infernus is, so that you'll have all those things going. But I won't do them yet until we're actually ready to use them, because I don't want the rest of them to know what it does until you convey that or they see it. So before the next combat, they'll be in there. Outside of that, just make sure you add a +1 on intelligence and that you roll acrobatics with proficiency. Not that comes up that often, but as you hit that realization, you waken the next morning. And I'll wave all clear.
What did we miss?
You have to message Jeff.
He's too deep.
Jeffrey.
Can't hear us. He has his AirPods in.
Hold on, I'll say something. Wait, he speaks Elvish.
There's
Yes.
Jeez, he's really deep over there.
No.
I'll yell at
He's
him.
checking something on his phone. I can see.
He's smiling.
Maybe he's getting nudie pictures from somebody.
Oh my god.
What? Don't people send nudie pictures anymore?
Yeah, some people are.
I mean, listen, if someone sent me some boobies and stuff, I'd be like looking at my phone.
They're ergonomic.
Yes!
There he is. On that
Welcome.
note, Jeff is back with us. So, all right, you all passed the night, getting a long rest in, and will awaken the next morning. Next session.
Sit
Pick
with
up
us for
with
2
next day.
weeks.
2 weeks.
And that'll conclude this chapter of The Tale of Cybil's Spear. But let's do post-game stuff before we wrap things up on the stream. For those of you watching for the first time, go watch some other episodes. But
Absolutely.
I'm going to throw out there, we vote for most valuable roleplay. Everybody shares their questions that they have in character, as well as favorite moment from the session. So we will go do that here. Oh, that's right. We have 5 people. Alfred, do you have to roll twice as Kiesel and Alfred? No, you just roll once. MVRP looks like Xedre, you're top of the order tonight.
Yes, mine is going to go ahead and go to Alfred. At the very beginning of the session, setting up, nobody suspects anything if you come in on horses. Like, just everything that went into that, like, prepping of the interaction, even though he was not serving as, like, really the face for that interaction, but really leveraging some of his experiences that he had. And it's always fun to get those juice bits of Alfred. So.
All right, Selinus.
I'm going to give it to Xedre. I thought the conversation with Master Artemis was very nice. Very funny at the end. Awkward hug. And then truly when I saw you say, "Hey, can I get a flight of strong drinks?" I legitimately almost started crying. Like that was so good. Good in memory of Timothy. I love that so much.
Alfred.
I'd also have to go for Xedre, for pretty much the same reason, but mainly for the drinking ritual that Xanapi would do. Still teaming up with tradition, I see, so.
Alfred.
Yeah, I mean, what else is there to say about it? But Xedre, you really brought a lot of emotion to like every part of it, and there was different tones of emotion for it as well. There was a different tone of emotion with like meeting with Master, and with meeting like first with Artemis, and then like sitting down and like really coping with it, and like dealing with those emotions yourself, and then sitting down and having those drinks. Like, I don't know, it was all like you took it in sort of in stride. You really broke it down as like someone would really grieve.
Fault.
It's a toughie today, boys, but I'm gonna lean towards Alfred on this one. Honestly, I just feel like his position and flavor and just like consistency today, I liked it a lot.
All right, and I goofed up and didn't give anybody inspiration last week after the votes, and there was a tie between Vault and Xedre on the votes. And so I made the tiebreaker to go to Xedre, but I'm going to reverse that and make the tiebreaker to give to Vault, since you didn't even get it at the beginning of the session. Because Zedri's getting the votes tonight. And on top of that, Xedre, you get a bonus DM inspiration, because I also, not at the exact same moment, but had that moment where I started to get a little bit emotional in the drinking scene.
It
That
felt
was
like two
solid.
funerals today. It felt like two funerals.
Did.
But I appreciate it.
You owned the emotional session, so
I'll say, just for clarification, for those viewers at home, That is some stuff that happened before y'all got here, and before me.
Someday,
Someday.
that stuff will make it onto YouTube, but we're not
We'll
there
unpack
yet.
all
so.
that. Yeah, we'll unpack all that emotional roller
Some of that.
coaster.
That obviously won't get too much into the Xanathy stuff, but well,
A little bit.
maybe someday down the road we'll have one of those nice like everybody chat about previous stuff. So anyway, roll up questions, folks.
Questions.
And if anybody's sitting in chat and wants to ask questions, feel free to do so as well.
Oh, we got 2 11s.
Oh, killer.
Oh, 1 and a
All right.
3.
Beat my 2.
Xedre, you just lucky you get to go first twice in a row.
That one didn't count.
Wait, did you just say beat my 2?
No, I said beat my 2.
Oh, you were
Did I-
talking with, yeah. I was like, no, I can't. I rolled a 3.
Did I roll? I rolled. Okay.
Everybody roll. Xedre, you're first.
Questions. Yeah, there's a lot going on about clarity, not just for like Deirdre's party, but also for the previous party that we went before. Taman is the one who has like a code name or whatever. That's crazy. And it also gets me very excited. What would our code names be if we came up with ones? So just the nomenclature of things and being able to jump back in time too. Something that happened so long ago, but still has like relevance because we're near that area, and it makes sense that these people would know about some of the folks we prior.
Alfred here.
Your first questions are about Ivana. Like, what happened with her? Was she ever part of the group with Deirdra and them? Because she doesn't seem to have been very important, but seemed a lot more important when we were in the tavern.
Ah, man, Ivana, suspect again.
I'm not suspicious about her, but it's like, what's going on?
You
Like,
should be.
that's just
He's just a little suspicious.
maybe she's.
All right, Alfred.
Well, I think you know what my question might be. Pause. Rewind. I think you knew what my question was going to be, and now my question is, what the fuck? That's all I have right now. You know what?
What is up with that?
That I honestly could not have expected that in any way, shape, or form.
Happy to oblige. All right, we'll leave it at the WTF question mark on
Yeah,
the
no,
sheet.
no. That is my question.
All right,
That is
Selinus.
nothing else.
Session has brought everything with the dreamer snap back into full focus for Selinus. Like, okay, like what are the logistics of being trapped in the dream, and like, what actually is happening to your body in the real world? If you die in the dream, do you die in the real world? We kind of talked about that. For the other members of the party considered dead just because they're MIA, they just went missing, or because they actually found a dead body. And if they did, they're not with the rest of the comatose people. And when did Volt actually go into the dream? He remembers everything. The only reason we know where the breakpoint is because some of our group knows where they start forgetting things, and it was before we walked into the inn. When did Volt actually enter the dream?
I'd like that answer too.
We're back to mistrust in the group.
That's fine.
No, I don't.
No, that's a good
no.
logistics question, actually. I get where you're coming from on that.
Dreamer logistics. Good questions.
Yeah,
Good questions.
absolutely.
Volt.
I joke.
This is a great session. There's a lot going on here. I think that Vault is very curious about all the do-gooders in the world and how many are there and how do you get them all together? What if you could just get a league of do-gooders? You know, Granite Ravens? You know what? That could be cool. Also, what's up with this Sadler chap? He seems nice. Imagine that. Imagine finding nice people who are good and want to help. That would be great. So, my questions are, how many do-gooders are there out there? Can we join up with them? Can we do some cool do-goodery? And then the kind of final follow-up to all that is that all within the, like, path that Briora wants me to follow? Because I never really ask her anything, and I just want to, like, you know, it's worth wondering over, especially the, like, last things that have happened with Z and Phylecia. You know, am I sending rogues over to her temple just to get it robbed? Because I hope not. That would be a problem that I'd have to solve. And I really don't want to deal with that problem. So, let's hope things are good.
I love the fire dice.
I know, every time I'm like, my brain stops. It's like, whoa. Hey guys, by the way, if you like those fiery dice, you can buy them on Fantasy Grounds.
Wow.
Our
They didn't pay
affiliate
you
link.
for that.
Not only that, but it does the math for you on screen, live. No more getting confused. I know for myself, as a member of the D&D community, I love playing D&D, but some days you don't want to do math. So Fantasy Grounds, it's your solution.
Did I mention we have an affiliate link?
Yes, click it, buy stuff, give us money. Anyway,
All
Thanks,
right. Did we get everybody?
other than Kiesel.
Why
What are
am I
his
seeing Alfred
questions?
twice, but
I was
I'm
rolling
not
the
seeing a
fire
vault?
dice.
You did, you just asked. Oh, sorry, for MVRP, I did not roll. I'm dumb. I was like, yeah, we're done, that's it. Here we go.
But that's your punishment, is you have to go first on favorite moment.
All right, favorite moment. I got a freaking infused crossbow. Is there anything better than that? I have my first magic weapon, boys. Ugh, I'm so excited. Thank you, Alfred.
I got you.
Xedre.
I was gonna make a joke about how there's no math involved when you go first every time, but I'm really glad I didn't have to go first there. My favorite moment of the session was us getting to have this private moment with Deirdre's body. I really was not expecting to be left in a room alone, and like the amount of trust that this family has, like it really enhanced like the gravity and solemnness of the situation. Until of course Sadler and the butler were just standing. I was just like waiting. But it was a really nice moment in the game.
Selinus.
I really appreciated that we got to have like a viewing, but I liked kind of vibe of like being Sattler, not necessarily him, like getting the sense of have someone kind of tell Deirdre stories and remember her by, and then go having that kind of moment. Those kind of fun and not most somber thing, but then that before getting to know it like really, then that plus the thing about her next to him afterwards, it really solidified her feeling as like a real person, you know, like the real tragedy of what happened to her.
Awesome. Alfred.
I feel like I don't have an original thought tonight because he said literally what I was gonna say. Yeah, I mean, it just felt like Sadler was there and he fleshed out like exactly, like not just Deirdre, but like this entire group of people, like where she's from, like who she interacted with, like what sort of impact she's had, and like the positive, and maybe we'll even see some of the negative impacts down the line of like some of the not so good things that good people do. But like but seeing the good that she's done has been like really interesting, and like seeing how she's become like a famed legend.
All right. And Alfred here.
You know, the moment when when it happened, it almost seemed unintentional. But when we first got into the room with Deirdre's body, there was just that dead silence for like good 20 seconds where no one said anything. It's like our characters were just standing there, just absorbing the moment. Like, wow, she's actually gone. This actually happened.
Agreed. That was solid. You guys all, whether it was nobody wants to go first or nobody knew what to say or whatever it was, but it gave this gravitas to this person meant something. This is not just some random NPC. This NPC died, and there's some impact, as well as all of the nice little interactions you guys each had, to say something, or leave a little parting gift, or say something and leave a little bit of a parting gift, and those just every character expressing themselves in a little bit different way, that felt really true to each of the characters on how to interact with this fairly odd situation, of saying goodbye to somebody and having even the struggle over, do we inspect the body? And I know I usually don't chime in on the favorite moment stuff, but for this being a session that was very much on the edge of whether it was going to happen or not because of my health issues this week, it worked out great. This came off great. I'm sorry Ernie wasn't here for it. That's unfortunate, but there's just some really, really great moments in there, and just great little things from everybody and how everything played into each other, and dealing with some pretty heavy emotional stuff, and especially on Xedre getting the double whammy of, like you said, 2 funerals. So anyway, I will quit rambling and spouting off as the DM and close it out for the night. Thanks to all of you out there watching live, watching on demand. We really appreciate you taking the time to watch our game, and we really enjoy bringing this to you, putting it out there. And if you like it, tell your friends. Give us some follows. Give us some, give us a look. Tell somebody else about it. We hope to continue doing this for a long time to come. And I look forward to what the next day brings next week. But until then,
2
that
weeks.
concludes our tale. Yes, 2 weeks. Sorry, we are off next week. Yes.
We will miss you guys.
And we'll be back for Thanksgiving weekend.
Yeah.
That's the 26th.
Woo! Give thanks. We'll be back.
Yeah,
All right.
thanks,
Everybody
like
have a
it,
good
and then
night.
come
Thanks
watch
for
us.
watching.
All right, guys. See you
Bye,
later,
everyone.
everybody.
Bye.